Oklahoma, Agsm, yeah, to lead us in prayer.
Shall we pray? Our dear Lord, as Master Jesus, we thank you for today. Lord, we are so grateful for the journey messages and for giving us this day. As we are about to start this program, we ask that you will go the way you want and the way you will also understand and be partakers, so that at the end of the day, we'll all have understanding, we can join the process and help the children here in Ghana and worldwide. To your son Jesus, and we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much. It is my pleasure to welcome the president of the Pediatric Society of Ghana, Dr. Hilda Mantadia-Boy, to come forward to give a welcome address to you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Good morning. I'm standing in on behalf of my president, Dr. Hilda Mantadia-Boy, an emergency came up this morning and she has drive back to Accra. Hopefully you have her by the afternoon so that we can have a wonderful time. So on behalf of the National Executive Committee of the Pediatric Society of Ghana, I, Dr. Emmanuel, Vice President of the Society, wishes to welcome all of us to our 2026 Annual General and Scientific Meeting. To this environmental health track that seeks to highlight the issues that confront our. Over the past few years, going back as far as 2021, the society became very concerned about the state of environmental degradation and the damage it was doing not just to adults, but to our children. Evidence abounds that when it comes to environmental impacts, unborn children and those who are here with us are worse off. So in 2021, the society decided to highlight issues of air pollution. Unfortunately, the country only got worse. Then came along Galamsey. Illegal mining has been with the country for centuries. In fact, I was surprised to know that going back as far back as the 1800s, Ghana was into active, informal, artisanal form of mining. So it's not new. What is new and catastrophic is that now we have some Ghanaians and non-Ghanaians doing this form of mining with impunity and with no care for the damage we are doing to this country. The society is still leading a team to do a robust research that would hopefully give us some evidence against what other people make us understand. Give us evidence that indeed children are already affected. But should we wait for this evidence? Is there no abundance of evidence to show that mercury affects the neurodevelopment of children? Is there not abundance of evidence to show that lead is killing even fetuses? In the course of this workshop, we have experts who are going to share their experiences with us, some of this evidence with us, and hopefully we'll have a wake-up call. Starting from here, we'll have people who are angry enough, those in person and those online, who after this workshop, this training, this conference and dialogue, with the help of our key stakeholders here, will be angry enough to say enough is enough. Let's talk alongside.
The headroom is very short.
So
Okay.
once again, we welcome you.
It's
It's not just a fan check. It's to build consensus, is to build momentum for us to be able to halt Galamsey in this class before we have an existential crisis on our hands. So thank you and see you again very soon. On behalf of my president again, We apologize for absence. She will be with us possibly. Thank you for that.
Thank you so much, Dr. Abdul. You know, we didn't take a minute to welcome the participants, and I do want to take a minute to welcome our participants because really place matters and people matter, right? That's what this all boils down to. And, you know, we do find ourselves in Coveridua, and I think I want to offer to you just a little bit of understanding of how much I appreciate Coveridua. I first came to Ghana in 1999, so you can imagine that's almost 30 years. And, you know, of course, if we don't actually, you know, chat with each other, we don't know these things. We think maybe, yeah, this is my first time coming here. We're in my northern country. But actually, I'm so blessed to have come to Ghana and have more than half of my life spent coming to Ghana. I'm really, really blessed. And when I first came to Ghana, I actually had the privilege of spending a month in the Krobo Hills in Owale Chevi, a small village that I had to walk to get to, that was off the grid, and I had the great privilege to make glass beads there, the Krobo glass beads. So these ones, you can imagine, they're like 27 years old, I promise you. It was amazing. So, you know, I'm a doctor, but I wasn't meant to be a doctor, although I'm from a doctor's family. I was probably meant to be more an artist or an educator. But really, I was by force, right? I was, let's say, very heavily encouraged to go into medicine. And I thank God, you know, for that opportunity to go into medicine. I thank God for that opportunity to be a pediatrician and to have done all these things. But truthfully, making these last beads is what brings me joy. So thank you, Koforidua. Thank you, Eastern Region, for that. And every time, you know, I live in Accra now, I live in Adenta. Come and meet me there. I'm starting a community library and art center there. And so come and meet me there. And we can continue to do things that are important for healing. So again, this is not just about me, but now you know a little bit more about me. And what I love and what brings me joy and what brings me healing as a pediatrician and as a human. And so I would welcome, I know that we have some students from Koforidua Senior Technical High School here. And so if you all can maybe wave to us, thank you very much. We're so grateful you are the youth. You are our main, constituency, our main stakeholders, right? This is all about you. And so we're really pleased that one of your representatives will be on our panel. And it seems that actually that person who's going to be on our panel is a poet themselves. And so again, arts are part of healing. They absolutely are part of healing. Also very grateful to have the Honorable Nana Koliki from Haida. We are so grateful to have you come. Again, I will wax nostalgic that after I was married here in Ghana, we went to Ada, and that was around 2003. And at that time, the beaches in Ada were pristine. I've been there recently, so I don't know how they are today. But I know I was there some years ago, and the plastic plague has taken over, right? Obroni Wawu has taken over. And it's not okay, right? You know, we are importing trash from my home country, the US. We are importing fast fashion trash as well from Europe, and it is polluting Ghana. And so it is wrong. It is so deeply wrong. And so you are welcome. You know, you again are one of our primary stakeholders in this. And so we are so grateful to have you grace us with your presence. So we also have many other very important people, but I think that, you know, with time, we want to keep on moving because we have amazing speakers here today. But again, thank you everyone who's come here to be with us today. And so without further ado, I will invite my co-chair of the Environmental Climate Change and Environmental Health Group, Professor Anthony Anamil from PNUST, and also chairperson for the Climate Change and Environmental Health Group. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. I'll, depending on all the existing protocol as Sarah went through, and I welcome everyone to our session. I would want to do a presentation and put it, just, this is a 2-slide presentation, and to tell you why this is very important. So, I go to the next slide. So I took this because my journey started in my faith from home. One of the called the hubs of illegal mining. Now the city is no longer existing. Because of that, I'm saying. So I got my birth certificate and it's written. I was born at my faith from home. That was in 1971. So many years ago. And then, you see, I used to be very heavy. Look at me going to secondary school from one. So some of you thought I was born here, it's not true. I used to be very heavy. So I'm putting this in perspective. In the 70s, I was born in it was then a district capital, but there was no illegal mining. Now illegal mining has taken over. And then down the lane, O level, I grew up in that community where I was born. And so I remember we were going by rivers when I joined my uncles on farming. When we got to some rivers close, we would just start planting leaves and scoop water and drink the stream. Now we are all gone. So growing in that community, I wasn't exposed to mercury. Neither was I exposed to lead. The children born now are being exposed. So all of them, I had distinction, which means my intelligence was in because there was no illegal mining. And then, as you know, some years after then, I have now become a professor because I had a good environment. I didn't have an environment that was corrupt within illegal mining. So I just give you this background that as I stand here today, I was born in Wasen Popon. Today, Wasen Popon is it's everything again. Actually, the hospital I was born in was district hospital. We have been illegal mining behind it now. I went there 2 years ago. And so everything is going down. And let's go to the next slide and my last slide. So again, this is the same district where I was born. But my father is on retirement, the one in yellow. I visited him last year. He's staying in Assembly right now. But this is the same town that illegal mining goes on. So you see, this child was not fortunate. It wasn't born when I was born. He was born 54 years after I was born, and this is the effect he's having because we are destroying our own land. He wasn't as privileged as I am. Probably we don't know the level of mercury in this town, and I didn't get to become a professor like me. And in the next 15 years, are we going to get ideas who can think and contribute meaningfully to society? So I think we need to go back to what we used to have, growing up in a mining community, which wasn't a mining community. But when I was born, there were gold in the soil where I was born, it hasn't changed. But now everybody wants to use every means to get a gold. And this is the effect we are getting. This child was born about 3 weeks ago, and this is the reality. So we are having a new generation of children. If we are not careful, in the next 50 years, we won't have leaders. Where some of us are born, we wouldn't have leaders to replace us, especially coming from the western region, Ashanti, part of Ashanti, eastern region, where illegal mining is taking over. So really, this is the message I'm giving to you this morning, that we are where we are because we have the benefit of not being exposed to lead, mercury, cyanide. But you can't talk of the same history today. In the same town and village where I was born, in the same community where I grew in the 70s, in the 90s, in 2000, in 2025, we can't talk about the same thing. So I'm really serious, and I'm happy there are secondary school children here. Once we were like them, but I'm telling you that we all need to add our voices, because this child is just an obvious testimony of where we've gotten to as a country. And if I was born 54 years ago, I probably would have had one limb like this child born. But I'm grateful to God And that we need, and we all need to fight and fight the good fight. Last slide. So a lot has gone on, and I just want to specifically thank Evans, Rachel, they are all around. And then Madam Mark, who is also a presenter, we have done marvelous work behind the scene. The Arctic Society, UNICEF Ghana, and the Sarah Media Studio in the program. We are all working together like the speakers, going to give us quality information. So on that note, I know we'll enjoy the conference. I'm also part of the research conference, like we're moving up and down. But have fun, we'll be around to tell you about the fact that God bless us and I will get exposed to illegal mining. And let's also fight for the next generation so that we are prevented from being exposed to illegal. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. All right, it is my pleasure to welcome Ron Manuel Dewez from UNICEF, a representative from UNICEF. Mr. Dewez, are you here? Maybe we don't have him quite yet. Is Dr. Chirumete Amawaj in here yet? Okay, so we're going to just take a brief pause and then we'll proceed with the program. Thank you very much.
Yes, please, I'll like it. I'm not going to put it on it. So it's there.
Great. So we're actually going to take a little bit more time to do introductions while we are waiting for Dr. Chirumete. So thank you very much.
Friends, we are with you.
For the king for the press. The adult evaluation I mean to stand for Nanawo, we see no pattern. And since we are all the same, I hope you will just see me as Nanawo.
Okay, also. Just obey the Catholic priest and Franciscan prayer.
Dr. Salazar, I think I have apologies. Sorry, Agsm. Jesus, and Madam of Homeworks. Yeah.
Brenda, upon very welcome to do that. And we'll go with the pediatrician.
Lady again, a retired community pediatrician from England. Now the teacher comes to the pediatrician.
Benjamin, his sister, so the next again, and the one help alone.
I read also junior resident.
Yes.
I'm also working junior resident.
Emmanuel Asamoah LJ from CSIR, from Research.
Dr. Martin's presentation.
His presentation, Dr. Martin, I don't think there is no.
Yeah, I just uploaded it into the presentation slides.
Okay. Dr. Martin. I'm not seeing it.
And I don't this one. PSG
Environmental health insurance.
Yes. So he's that will be, he will be next.
He'll be next. So that's his presentation. Please give me a minute to set it up. Okay. Okay.
Thank you very much for your patience. Well, we have Dr. Sharon McCain with us, so we'll just give us 1 minute, please. So again, it's a great pleasure to welcome Dr. Chiramatang, Amoa, excuse me, Chiramatang Amoa from UNICEF, to come and share with us the important work that UNICEF is doing around heavy metal poisoning, lead in particular, but all the heavy metals are so important in this space. And so we're just deeply grateful to have these ones.
Colleagues, and very happy to be here. I'm supposed to be here with my chief, with Emmanuel the West, but he had a call to meet the minister, so he's not able to come. But all the same, we packaged everything that we say, and we are happy that increasingly the Pediatric Society of Ghana is paying attention to the existential threats that we are all facing as a country, based on the things that we are being exposed to in our environment. This is going to be a brief overview of the issues on the environment. It can't capture everything because of space and time, but also then to introduce a course that the UNICEF and the future has put together. And there's even after this, I think there's some parts of the program where we go through and you see the course, and it is now open for health workers to enroll in and this is highly encouraged, because now is the time. Now we are seeing things that either we have not seen or not even looking out for. So that is the brief presentation. So in terms of environmental impacts, almost a third of the global burdens are coming from the environment when it comes to innocent children. And for we in Ghana, if I ask you for the pediatrician cases that you are seeing, it's either the infectious diseases or their maybe congenital anomalies or their these days even chronic diseases and cancers and all that. And for most of these, you can trace a major component to the environment and to exposures that children have, way from in utero in the womb to outside when they are actually out there in the environment.
Our issues in developing countries is even compounded because you can wake up in the morning and somebody will be burning rubbish behind your house. And you can't talk much about it. The very ones who come out and say, why are you doing this? Why? Two things, either you be tagged or they will call people to come and harass you or something. And why are we burning things behind people's bedrooms? It's not supposed to be done. But we are in a developing country where structures and institutions are not optimal in terms of their performance. And so things that really shouldn't have been an issue in other jurisdictions, here we are still battling with them. We are still battling with this. So in developing countries, our risk is higher. The risk of our children is higher compared to other places where patients are working. And we estimate that close to 25%, 26% of deaths of children under 5 are to be prevented if we address the environmental health risk. Next. This is the revolving door. And we put this here to show how, if you use these doors, somebody, you come in and then the door goes up and come in, go out. And it is to say that somebody sits in the consulting room or sits in their place, and then people come from outside to you, and they come with conditions. And the one who is not looking out at what is happening behind the door will treat and give medication, and the person goes through that door out. And comes again 2 weeks' time, the same condition, you do your tests, maybe it's malaria, you have your classes, you treat, you go, in 2 weeks they come again. What is happening? And you are treating the person, same condition, and they are coming back, in the same way. Now it's time to look outside. What is happening out of the consulting room? Occasioning this person coming frequently with the same or similar conditions. And that is why now we are asking to go beyond just what we do when they come, but now what are people being exposed to out there? Otherwise, they'll come in, they'll go and they'll come again. The door will just keep open because the environment and health is, it's a continuum. Next. Vulnerability of children to environment is just a refresher. As we know, that children are more vulnerable to anything in the environment compared to adults because of their high rates of development. They are developing very fast. So anything that alters in any form would also have a rapid impact. Their defense systems and mechanisms are not as developed as ours. So you can sneeze things away, you can excrete things away, your enzymes can, metabolize things and move them away. But for children, we have very weak defense systems. Plus higher breathing rates and other higher metabolic factors. We know that adults generally may have about 18 to 20 cycles per minute for respiratory rate. Children do have higher, infants even way higher. Assuming there's a noxious substance in this room and we are all breathing, with the rate we've said, how many times will children breathe in compared to adults? So children are going to breathe the same thing more compared to the adults. Compounded to their development systems, compounded to their weak immunity, they are actually taking this thing more. When you take lead as a heavy metal, for example, we know that children absorb 4 to 5 times more than adults. Same amount of lead, yes, the children will absorb it into their systems 4 to 5 times more than adults. So children are indeed very vulnerable to the things in the environment. Plus their dependency on caregivers. If a woman is selling maybe water in traffic and strap the child by the back, out there in the sun with the pollutants of the cars passing and all that, that child cannot get down and move away.
child is strapped, the child is dependent on the mother. As long as the mother stays in the sun and exposed to the fumes, the child has no choice than to be there. Same goes for indoor air pollution. Mother is cooking, child is strapped, there's firewood. As long as mother is there, baby is there, baby has no choice. Babies, they are dependent on their caregivers. That makes them even more vulnerable. Next. I'll touch on just a few things because it cannot be comprehensive, so we move that on. But when we go into the cause that I mentioned, we'll see a bit more. So next. So for chemicals, there are several. The last time we checked, I think there are about 90 million plus chemicals. Several. So I'm just speaking a few. One of the things which we have known now is the role of what we call the endocrine disrupting chemicals. Chemicals that have the ability to either mimic, like the host, like the real ones, so they can actually go to modify the response of our endocrine system. So these are systems that produce certain chemicals in the body. And I'm happy we have. I trust their students, so I'm breaking the things down so that we can all understand. But there's one study, and there are several, where they are linking certain chemicals that are used for straightening hair with uterine cancers. And not just uterine, but other several other cancers, and there are all kinds of studies and linkages, and some are being sued and all. You can read more about them, about these chemicals and the cancers and all other health outcomes. Next. And I showed this the last time I showed, and I still show it because we still see this in country. We should let the children be. When we're growing up, they would use thread and they would do nice but our ladies, maybe now we have higher purchasing power, and maybe it's a show of status. I don't know. So we subject our young ones, children and adolescents, to this harsh. I've never used it before, but our colleague ladies are here. I guess sometimes it burns. Sometimes you have a little abrasions and sores. And look at all these. Look at the vulnerability we've mentioned already, compounded with this, and there are actual physical breaches in the skin's integrity, and the chemicals are moving in. And it goes on. So no wonder now we are having early menarche. Children are having their menstruation way earlier. And we know there's a linkage between early menarche and breast cancer and other health outcomes that are not good for us. So please let the children rest, let their hair rest. Next. And it contains all these things, parabens, BPAs, phthalates, all kinds of things. Next. Because we understand the focus more around the mind, unregulated mind, responsible mind, say. So I honed in a bit more on some of the heavy metals that are in the system. And there are several, but those of major public health concern or interest is big for the arsenic, the cadmium, lead, and mercury that are in the environment. Next, please. So for arsenic, we know most of them are in the ground. Anything that is tilling the ground and bringing it up and entering into our food systems, drinking well, they dug the well, and ideally they should be tested and screened for all these heavy metals and regulated before we drink or before it's allowed for human consumption. Unfortunately, some will dig the well, but they do not test, and then people begin to drink and use it. And arsenic has a lot of health implications, children and adults as well. Changes in skin pigmentation, you see the one down there where it has some hyperkeratosis and other lesions in the plantar surfaces down here, and also bone marrow depression going into your anemia, all kinds of bone marrow effects. Next, and you can get it into the fruits, the rice and other. Next, cadmium is another one that can be introduced through industrial processes and sometimes even fertilizers. Some fertilizers, also the NPK ones, the nitrogen, phosphorus ones, we understand they contain some cadmium because they use a phosphate rock to produce these fertilizers. So battery, electron e-waste, which is an issue, and other industrial processes that goes in. Of course, naturally, we also get these things into the environment. And they get into food. These cadmium and things get into food, and they can also cause health effects. Later in the slide, we'll show some work that has been done in the country, cycles of that, that shows some of the heavy metals that was found in foods in the country. Next. So, one of the major chemicals used in most of the unregulated small-scale mining or the artisanal and the illegal ones is the mercury. It was a very good chemical that is able to hold the gold from the ore, and once it's bound together, you just subject it to heat, and the mercury goes away, you have your gold. So for years, this has been a very, very good player when it comes to the mining industry. And not only in Ghana, South Americas and other places, they also are doing that. But it has happened before. It's happened before, and it will be good to learn from the history. Where in Japan, in Minamata Bay, we had Chiso factory, one of the big factories, producing things, and their waste was mercury. And they were pouring tons of it into the Minamata Bay. Tons, and contaminating fish, and it was a fish community. So their staple was fish. People ate the fish, used it for so many things, and they began to see signs of animals, having lack of population, ability to walk, seizures, dying, children, adults, and all that. And so that they name it Minamata disease. It is a terrible, neurological disease that is debilitating, with lots of residual effects. A lot of them died, and those who did not die suffered a lot and a lot of consequences. To the point that there's even fetal Minamata disease. So even the baby in utero can be so impacted that by the time they are born, they have this disease, lack of cognitive impairment, and so on. And for those that will remain, they have this spastic. So this is one of the cases with very spastic conditions. Minamata shouldn't happen again. I don't know whether we are sitting on a time bomb. I don't know. I don't know if our clinicians have seen it yet. Don't know where we are testing for it yet. But what they did in Japan many years ago, we are also doing to our bodies. Maybe we don't eat a lot of fish because by the way polluted the water, even the fish is afraid. So maybe that is maybe making the picture a little, I don't know, but these are just thoughts on my mind. But just to know that this thing has happened before, and when we get into the aquatic, and then the things we plant around, there have been studies recently of mercury found in crops, food crops. So they do that and the humans eat it, and we just listen us and causes the issues for us. Next. Lead, it's also another issue in the environment that we are working on. And there are many sources. One of them is what we know, the koli or the kajikaji that traditionally is used in certain parts of our country. And we'll talk more about that later. Paint, old paint, peeling paints that are lead-based paint. And the thing about lead is that it can, you can get it into very, or you produce bright colors, so bright red, bright yellow, all the very bright colors. And so it is used in paint, certain paints, to give the color. There are safer alternatives, but it appears that it's a bit cheap. And so manufacturers rather use it to put it in paint. And when these paints are peeling, you have children roaming around and chewing on this paint. We had a session in Kamale, we had young people from schools, and we're talking about this, and we're asking, has anybody had this experience? And some of them said yes, they had chewed on paint, and one said it is sweet. It is very sweet. Wow. I don't know what makes it sweet, but so children like it. Old batteries, old car batteries that are discarded or recycled also do expose them. And then unfortunately, some of the toys that come, especially the very bright colored ones on metal parts that are peeling, some of them may have lead exposures to them. So as children learn, but they also get exposed to that. Next. These are common consumer things that we know. The work that we did, we looked at turmeric, we show more, and then so we know that some of the turmeric that are used in Ghana, I think it's about 24%, 25%. I'll get to that study soon, snippets of that. Some of them are adulterated. I mentioned the bright color of lead. So the turmeric comes in, some of them is fine, but people adulterate it with lead, chromate, and other substances to give it bulk and color. And it's out there in the European market and buy, eat, and also children. You eat the food that mommy prepares at home, so you get it. There's been some work on local metal where that says some of them that we tested see that you're just in there. So more work is being done. And then this one is the ayelo or the shri or the bentonite clay, which I know almost everybody is familiar with. Some of us have eaten it. I eat some. I was doing that because they will send you and then you buy it in pieces. But which group of our population usually give this? Our pregnant women. And we found lead in this. I'll show this, you can read some FDA website. We found lead in this, and looking at the fact that lead can cross the placenta and go into the baby. So the mother is pregnant, she's already consuming loads of this. So by the time the baby is born, the baby is already exposed to high levels of lead, and we know it has implications on almost all the body system. There's a multi-organ toxin going to the liver, to the kidneys, and all that. Next. So I'll mention briefly, and Erasmus is here. Yes. Thank you very much. God bless you for the great advocacy work that you do. for children and for the environment. He's been at this for Thank you. Thank you. So this is online. I mean, I'm sure most of you heard about it because a lot of media attention given to this work. But UNICEF and FTA did just last year, 2025, in turmeric, in Tom Brown, our favorite Tom Brown, all the cereal mixes, and then the ayelok or the bentonite clay, and then there's also the coolie or the catch, and then skin lightening creams. I think the key ones were these four that we did. And it's a national study. So all the 60 regions went to the markets, open markets, supermarkets, retail shops, the air conditioned shops where people, people go and buy the open markets, the one with the head pan. Sample from all across major markets in the country. So I think so far it's one of the comprehensive national studies that have been done looking at these from consumer in across the markets done by the FDA. It's a very, very commendable work that has been done. And next, I'm sure only bits and pieces of that. And I think I'm sure only for only two. This is for the code that the kaji that are used. And you will see, and this is the national, so this is a national total. This is a national total. All the whole things, about 1,669 samples across from turmeric, from brown, kaji, the ayelok, and then the skin lightening creams. So from the national total, we have almost 78% of all the samples taken across the country, 78% have high levels of lead. I think the maximum was about 34,000 ppm parts per million. The limit is about 0.2. And then not only lead, but cadmium as well in the orange. So we are applying this to our babies right from birth due to various reasons, but there are huge implications. Some of them were imported, so you can see that these are the local ones. The local ones are made from rocks that we grind. And they import these rocks from outside of the country. They come, they grind, and they put it in bottles. So for our local ones, almost, you see, a huge proportion had exceeded the levels of lead. And those that were imported, and we know that some are imported from the other countries, Pakistan, India, the Arab, regions, and they come through into the country. And they even were also found to be unwholesome with these high levels of lead and of cadmium in them. Next. This is the Tom Brown one, which was also sampled across the country. Now, they checked for branded and unbranded. The branded are those that, are like bottled nicely with packaged, nicely packaged on them. And even for that, we realized that about close to 25% of them are failing for cadmium. That means that of all the samples, we had as much as 25% of them, or a quarter of them, having high levels of cadmium. And I think the eastern region, I think western, north, and northeast, we have regions that were very high cadmium. For eastern region, it's 100%. All the years of all the component sampled, all of them failed. He failed for cadmium. And so this year is one of the work that because it raises questions. Where is it coming? At what point of production is it from the soil? Is it the raw? And you know, for Tom Brown, depending on who is preparing it, it's a mixture. They can add corn and soya and maybe some rice and pig granules. So it's a complex thing, you know, to do this investigation. Where is it coming from? Is it at the raw product stage? Is it the when they are soliciting it, or is when they are processing it, when they are packaging it? You need to follow the value chain and see where we are getting the cadmium coming from, because cadmium is also carcinogenic. It can also cause cancer and does damage to children. Fortunately for lead, it was not as much. So, you know, there's no safe level of lead. The lead was a little lower than the cadmium. Okay. Next, there's also for the ILO, I'm not showing the ILO and the others. So in rounding up, UNICEF together with WHO has developed the children's environmental health course, and I went through all this for us to see that these things are now with us. These things are right here. You are seeing cases that may not be infectious in nature, or you are seeing cases that now we need to probe it what's happening in the environment, because these things are all around us. And we strongly encourage all health workers. Just came out, I think, last year for health workers to take. So far, I think about in country, I think close about 150 people have taken it. Just last week, when Greater Accra region pediatrician health workers and all that, they also took the course. It's online, self-paced. We'll go through it, I think, at the appropriate time. And then it goes through all the things you've mentioned, and they need much more. Next. When you are done, I ask permission to share this. This is one of colleagues who have done it. This is a certificate that we have, both from WHO and UNICEF, and that's it. Introduction to Children's Environmental Health, that goes through everything. And we are reliably informed by our very hardworking executives that we've been able to secure CPD points for this with the Medical and Dental Council. We also expanded to the other council, the Allied North and all that, so that when you at least it will be another class for us to take this course, and we'll share that later on. Next. So that is that. Thank you very much. I think there's another session we'll go through how to decide that. We can go through various moments. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was amazing. I think for time, we won't do questions, but there'll be opportunities during snack break and lunch that we can all ask questions of the esteemed speakers here today. So I know that we've got it. Thank you so much. That was just brilliant, just brilliant. Thank you. You know, you can see that we're a little bit off our time, but it's fine. Everything's fine. It is well. So I think what we'll do is we'll have me proceed with my speech on planetary health, and then likely we'll have snacks. We'll be able to serve the snacks on time, and then we'll ask Dr. Goka to then go after snack break. And I know, you know, I really believe in that divine time. I had an epiphany some months ago, but I truly believe that, again, our time is just fine, just fine. Thank you so much. So we'll have my slides pulled up. Again, I'm Dr. Sarah Johnson Atuna J, and I'm the co-chair with the Climate Change and Environmental Health Group here with the Pediatric Society of Ghana. And it's a pleasure to be here. And I believe that God has changed. And I also believe that change is really, really hard. It's really, really hard. And you'll see in a minute when my slides get pulled up, it doesn't matter, right? You know, I can I can do this without that. But the title of my speech is Don't Be Angry. Please don't be angry. I come to you, I share that with you. A friend of mine shared that with me recently, that in this country, that's the greeting that everyone says, is don't be angry, is the way that we start, and that they start with. And he offered that's very relevant here, that most Guineans actually are quite angry. And that was a surprise. That was a surprise to me. I think there's some international metrics that show Ghana is one of the happiest places in the world to live. Right, that on all these different metrics, I'm like, what, that doesn't make sense to me. When I've lived here all these years, I found such joy and well-being here in Ghana, and yet at the same time, I can completely understand why people are angry. Why people would carry anger with them. And then, of course, the complete irony of me coming here as an American, as a Westerner, who has been a huge perpetrator in the environmental catastrophe that Ghana finds itself, then of course I have to beg of you, please don't be angry. I stand here and actually in my legacy story, in my generational wealth story, I have an uncle who actually was involved in manufacturing the hair straightening chemicals. That's the truth of it, right? So I've enjoyed the fruits of that, right? And I carry this white hair, this straight hair, right? That somehow, is thought as like the beauty standard, right? So I'm a Methodist. I'm a United Methodist. My church is Camper United Methodist in St. Paul, Minnesota. Everyone's probably familiar with Minnesota. We're the land of double ice. Double ice. Our land is very cold, and right now we are being invaded by federal agents who are killing people. They are killing and they are stressing out immigrant communities, Black, brown communities. And it's been really, really hard for my people, for my community. And truth be told, that is why we are here, right? That is why I moved here 5 years ago with my children, because my children, who are half Black, half white, they deserve to come and enjoy the cultural pride reinforcement that Ghana offers, right? That enjoy those things that people who are part of the legacy of the transatlantic slave trade, right, who were brought to America 400 years ago as enslaved Africans, and then have felt that stress all these years. They deserve to not have to be there and to be rather here and to enjoy those wonderful things that Ghana brings. And yet Ghana is suffering too because of, again, global economic oppression and racism. So I believe, again, God has changed, and we have to be part of that, right? And change is really hard. And America, as we know, does not have all the answers, right? America does not have all the answers. America, we recently had this leak of these 1 million pages of child rape, and nothing happens, and that is what happens in America. And so let's just really be real there. No one is coming to save Ghana. No one is coming to save Ghana. No one is coming to save Ghana. That's the reality of what's going on here. And so I think we have to accept that, and we have to just practice radical acceptance that is the reality. And again, I go to my church, which is actually a church that is composed of people of the African descent of slavery, right? That's the church that I go to. And I was talking to my pastor a few months ago, and she was talking about how when she came, that African Americans, who again love to come back, right, to kind of understand the motherland and to connect with the motherland. And she talked about how disturbed she was and how it took her years to get over the weaves that young girls, right, are given here often in Ghana and are not allowed just to be children, as Dr. Chair Moa made the point, right, aren't just allowed to just be children, right? And the beautiful hair threading, right? And again, and I'm part of this too. My children are braiding their hair and all this, and it is hard. It's hard to be a parent. It's so hard to be a parent, and it's such a massive blessing. And so that's what it is. So if you can just go to the next slide. So I want to just offer you something. I want to, we as pediatricians have learned a lot about trauma in the past decade or so, and I think we have to say, okay, wow, we have this science, and I'm not gonna get too much into the details, but this is the trauma response that we're all familiar with, right? That's the fight, flight, freeze response, right? So when we encounter trauma, and we are encountering trauma all the time, right? That sometimes we get really angry and we fight, but we realize that when we fight, it hurts us just as much as it hurts anyone else, right? It actually goes into our everything and it's very destructive to us. So then sometimes we just freeze, but then that also doesn't work, right? It doesn't work to just keep all that, do all that emotional repression, right? That doesn't work, right? That also damages us, just freezing, and then we don't do anything, and we don't resist these things that are happening that are so fundamentally evil to the core and bad for our health and our well-being and everything. Fight, flight, freeze. Okay, so this is interesting. I actually grabbed one that has an extra F that I'm not familiar with. So we'll start with fawn. I like fawn. And so, I mean, I think it's interesting. I don't like it. But then sometimes what we do is that, again, when we have this traumatic effect, this traumatic experience, someone is traumatizing us, right? Then we say, oh, it's okay. It's okay. Everything's fine. Okay, it's fine. And I think you all know exactly what I'm talking about. And that's also referred to at times as the Stockholm syndrome. And that's Stockholm syndrome, right? That's where you are actually worshiping your oppressor, right? And that doesn't also work either to avoid conflict, right? Just trying to avoid conflict like that. No, we have to face these things. But how do we face these things in ways that where we can process these awful things that are happening so that we can resist and, build a better society for our children and our communities. So flop, collapse and become unresponsive or faint. Okay, I'm not actually familiar with that one. The other one I know for an F is also, or it's a response, not an F, but it's fight, flight, freeze, fawn. So like the Stockholm syndrome, and then annihilate. And that's where, like, again, in the US, we see these responses where people just try to, they don't even know what they're doing. These are like salamander brain responses, like we're out there hunting, somewhere, and we're just responding, right? These are these responses. But we realize that most things are not a catastrophe. That's the reality, right? Most things in life are not a catastrophe. And we realize that unless we calm ourselves, actually, and that's why I really beg you, don't be angry, then unless we calm ourselves, then we cannot be effective. So switch time. And so, again, a bit of the science with a nice infographic. So the citation isn't scientific. But, just thinking about when we have these stress responses from trauma, whether it's fight, flight, freeze, fawn, or whatever, that it impacts our body, right? And here we are, and our bodies are literally being impacted. And we know that there are far too many gone too soon signs in this country. Right? This should be, what is the other version? It's no, when people live their life like 80 years, 90 years, right? Right? But gone too soon at 30, at 40, right? The strokes that are there, this is part of it, right? Okay, we're here to talk about environmental health, but this is actually part of it. Contending with. We're all contending with. And then let's talk about, we're pediatricians, so let's talk about asthma. I recently had a friend in the States who had an anaphylactic reaction due to stress. Stress. And myself, I start to cough. So these past few days, I've been having a little cough. It's definitely some asthma, right, from stress. So that's the reality of it. Let's be real. This is biofeedback, and we have to. And this is where I think we just all need to, as human beings, with all this massive stimulation that we're having from our phones, from constantly being bombarded. We have to try to relax small, right? My mom recently shared with me from the Bible. It was, "Be still and know that I am God." Our time for respite, because we are doing no favors to ourselves, we're doing no favors to our children, to our community when we are so stressed out. You know, and I really firmly believe that we have everything we need. And again, we just heard that a lot of products that are made in Ghana are tainted. Right, so what does that make us say? Oh, we need to import everything, but that is not the solution. We have everything. That is why I'm trying to literally embody, we have everything here, right? We have such beautiful things here. Even in my own community, I recently had a child, one of my son's playmates, hurt himself in my neighborhood. We went to the local clinic that I hadn't been to before, but I had a friend who had gone there for a dog bite. He said it was so great. It was great. We have everything, right? And so now I'm so happy that, you know, I know this clinic right there down the road, that they are phenomenal. So they're so phenomenal. I was so grateful. So that's where I'll be going all the time. I don't need to be, excuse me, going to 37. Wonderful clinic is like 5 minutes away. And I didn't want to practice there, so I don't need to be in traffic for 2 hours, you know? So let's just be real. So we as pediatricians, we have witnessed the impact of trauma on our patients and our loved ones and ourselves, and we embody the stress of primary and secondary trauma. Often we feel helpless, often we feel hopeless, yet we are pediatricians. And as pediatricians, we refuse to be hopeless. We are so blessed to be inspired and infused by the daily energizing joy of children. Although it was extremely difficult for me, you know, to have my children during my training program, I had them during medical school and in residency, and you heard my story, right? I didn't want them to be a doctor, so I said, I will have my children at the age that I'm supposed to have children, but not in my 40s. But that was hard, and coming home to them was so amazing and relaxing. And so that is what we as pediatricians have. We have our beautiful children to help us to find joy. And not everyone has that. So again, I see that as such a great gift to be a pediatrician. I'm so grateful to be a pediatrician. So let's remember that hurt people, and healed people, heal people. That's what happens. Next slide. So Ghana is in the middle of an environmental catastrophe. Chinua Achebe aptly named things fall apart. He foresaw this slow train crash that has resulted in today. 65% of Ghanaian water bodies are polluted due to carbon. And this pollution is, as we heard, it didn't start, you know, it started some 100+ years ago. But really what it got ramped up was in the 80s, right? And was normalized and it's ramped up and it is being funded. It is being funded by people that are bringing in helicopters. And so that means it's not being funded by me, right? It's not being funded by me, but it is being funded by folks in society and that need to be stopped. And it is killing us. And as pediatricians, we are dedicating our time to supporting patients who need, we should be dedicating our time to, you know, taking care of patients, you know, in terms of medications, right, hospitalizations. And here we are talking about this, which is primary prevention. So you can switch, right? And this is why, right? Because this is the reality. This isn't Hamatan. We're in the season of Hamatan, and actually the Hamatan, these dusts from the Sahara that come to bless us every year seasonally, right? They actually are therapeutic, right? There's some evidence that they're therapeutic. Whether or not we can talk about that over lunch. But this isn't Hamatan, right? This is air pollution from spraying, from the vehicles. I mean, what is going on with the public transit system? It is no different than when I came here in 1999. It might be even worse. I just took a tour the other day, and it was a horrible experience. And I'm really glad I did it, and I'm so sorry for all of our patients who do that daily, inhaling the fumes, inhaling the dust, and it's not right. It is wrong. It is deeply, deeply wrong. So here we are. But please, let's not be angry, right? Let's not be angry. We as pediatricians, okay, here, we can keep on going. This is just a slide, global map of national population related to, so this is like an air quality map, just looking at us regionally, and compared to global, globally, how we really are suffering in terms of air pollution. Okay, next slide. And then this is a Bobleshi. right behind Kolibu, our top hospital in the country. And we are inhaling e-waste again, which is trash. Trash from the world, from the world. It is wrong. Okay, next one. And then the effects on children. So I think we've already heard about this. So we can go on. Next one. Okay, and then this is fast fashion, right? So we as pediatricians, we know about the importance of clean water. Our babies died because of formula mixed with tainted water. Breast is best, which is including here, I believe this hasn't changed in Ghana for HIV infected women, for women living with HIV, because of data, objective data, which informs us in terms of risk assessment that actually breast is better, even though, women might be living with HIV. Right, that's the reality, and that's not the same if you go to my country, if you go to the US, right? Although actually I think I'm taking Ghana more. Water is life, water is core to our survival and well-being. So the plastic, so the slow train crash that has played out in front of my eyes since I first visited Ghana. So at that point, sachet water in 1999 was just coming out and it was tied, right? Remember, it was tied, right? And so now they're having it so beautiful with the way that it's packaged, but it's not beautiful. It's not beautiful. Yeah, I'm trying my best to boycott water bottles. Sorry, everyone, please, today drink, okay? We need water. We need to stay calm. Water is part of healing. Please drink, I'll take my water bottle. So, but I'm really trying my best and I'm to not, when I go out, so that one forces me to drink shandy and milk because it's in a glass water bottle. But you can borrow, which is one of my favorite drinks. They don't do it in glass again. So I have to have borrow for here. And it's a problem. And I saw this coming because I saw those glass bottles and I'm like, wow, those are amazing. These glass bottles that we've had so many years, and you can still get them. And any program I have, I always do glass bottles. So this so-called civilization that has brought us the plastic plague has done us no benefits. Water is life. Okay, so we can go on. Okay, our beaches, right? Our lovely beaches and estuaries, our fish, our fishermen and women, our turtles, right? 30 years ago, when I first came to Ghana, they were pristine, and now they are a rubbish dump. Dumps for our waste, right? Because this is us. We are here. We are consuming the Opuni Waru, right? So what's that because I don't know what that makes us. But we make our society, right? We make our society. So if we consume it, unless we resist, no one is coming to save Ghana. That is the reality of it. What it means doesn't suffice. It is us, it is our political leaders, it is our traditional leaders, it is our neighbors, our spiritual leaders, it is our children, it's everyday us. And it is really hard. That's the reality. And it is really hard. But unless somehow and change takes time, we start to put in short and long-term objectives and we're diligent around implementing things will not get better. I have a friend, a very good friend who's a pediatrician who moved to Dhaka, Bangladesh, just a few years ago. She was predisposed to stroke. And I'm going to share this with you because, you're as pediatricians, you should know. And unfortunately, my children, I've shared with them a few too many stories. So I know that I've really bothered them that way. I always say, Mommy doesn't want to go back to work. She's at home, right? So I've shared with them too many stories. And again, our work actually, I know I have a little PTSD, I promise you, from our job. That's the reality of it. My very good friend moved to Dhaka, Bangladesh, and she died within 2 weeks. Dhaka, Bangladesh had some of the worst, for stroke. She had it some 20 years earlier, was told to be very careful. And she went there because she wanted to pursue her career. Right? This is a prominent pediatric researcher. And she rests in power, right? And but she died because the air quality was 400, right? And that was what we had just a few years ago with Hamilton here. I've stopped monitoring the air quality because it gives me too much stress. But I will not stop this work, right? I will not stop this work. So I think it will not change. If you see Dhaka, it's like this. It's like this, and it is wrong. And no one is coming to save Bangladesh. So I think we can go to the next one. We are strong. So I don't know if Dr. Opong is here. We are strong, we are resilient, and we know how to resist. As pediatricians, we also know how to heal. So Galaxy, oh here, right, and these are the healing pictures, so I'll have to offer more healing pictures, right? This is the beauty of Ghana, right? We have everything we need, but we do have to practice that intuition and then that discernment and exercise our firm, gentle, but firm authority, that there's certain things that just won't work, you know? Because there are things that make Ghana beautiful, that are not good for, and there are things that aren't good for Ghana. So we can go to the next one. This isn't good for Ghana. Ghana says an existential crisis that is destroying life in perpetuity, in perpetuity. Again, the Kole Lagoon is dead. Or maybe I didn't say that. The Kole Lagoon is dead. 65% of Ghana's water bodies are polluted from heavy metals, and it will take years to decades to restore them to potable conditions. And if it does not stop, illegal mining does not stop. Here you can switch. Recovery time is infinite. No river heals when poison is being added. Women, as we know, are at the forefront of what's going on. And women, as we know, we carry the babies, we carry the babies, we carry the babies, right? We are the bedrock. And women are dying, and we are having babies that are being formed from congenital malformations, which we will learn more about today, and with all sorts of cognitive issues that is not going to be good for Ghana's future. Last week, I had the great pleasure of meeting the immediate past mayor of Bolga. This is the way he phrased it, Rex Asanga. I was up in Bolga, Tanga, so my hometown is in Yariga. And he's an old family friend, and he was talking about some wonderful things that are going up in the Upper East. And I saw them when I was there. I saw irrigation that was happening, and it's dry season, very, very dry up there. But there were these beautiful oases that were out there of farms that were all based on the mechanized boreholes. They were gorgeous. And he was saying that because of this irrigation that's happening, right? That we're not having that as many of the northern youth go to these denigrating jobs, including mining in the south, right? The kayeye, the mining, all this. People need to eat. The reality is that people need to eat. And this whole thing, this economic oppression and this evil that is down needs to stop. And part of the solution, this is a multi-sector, you can switch it in. This is requires a multi-sector approach, and that is the reason why we are here today with diverse stakeholders, which include traditional leaders, which include top representatives from the Catholic Church who have been proven effective in stopping Galaxy in communities. That is why it includes youth, right? It is why it includes pediatricians, because again, it's not just us, right? We're supposed to be in the clinic, helping with asthma management. But here we are, we understand that root cause analysis is fundamental to really stopping this onslaught. So I'd like to wrap up. I'm just so grateful for this opportunity to be here. This has always been my dream to work on environmental health, but sometimes it just takes a little time to get to where you're going. But you just need to, think about those things, and again, diligently think about short-term and long-term solutions. Long-term strategies to get to where you want to go. I will offer you that this is such a wonderful thing that we're doing. What we're doing, thinking about and being dedicated to children's health and children's environmental health will bring generational blessings upon us. I've been told that at least 2 times in this work that I've been involved in right now. So I'm going to give this to all of you, that this will bring generational blessings not only to us, but to our children, our grandchildren, and our children and our great-grandchildren. So God bless you all for your good work. I am not Ghanaian because I was born in Ghana. I wasn't. I am Ghanaian because Ghana was born in me. So thank you all, and, I wish you a great rest of the day. I think our snack is ready. Oh, no, oh, excuse me. Oh, okay. Okay, so the snacks aren't quite ready, but we've been here for a minute. Do we want to just stretch, stand up and stretch for a minute, have a drink of water? So, the snacks will come at 11. And so Dr. Selassie, we're going to invite you to start in about 5 minutes. I ask that you not leave unless maybe you need to the washroom. But maybe you need just 5 minutes to stretch. Please feel free. Thank you.
Yes. All right.
It is my great pleasure to introduce Dr. Selassie Goka of the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. It is such a pleasure to have you here. Dr. Goka is from Ghana originally and is at one of the most prestigious, prominent children's hospitals in the entire country, which is amazing. And she makes time and is very intentional about coming to Ghana and partnering with many of the physicians to better Ghana. So without further ado, welcome Dr. Goka.
All right, good morning, everyone, and thank you, Dr. Sarah, for that really kind introduction. As mentioned, I'm Ghanaian, and my life story has taken me to the States where I take care of children there, but it's always been on my heart to also help the children of Ghana, and so I'm so thankful to be able to do some of this partnership work. And so thank you for the opportunity for me to be here and talk to you a little bit about how climate change and environmental exposures contribute or affect kidney health. Next slide. So by the end of this talk, I hope to have conveyed to you that climate and environmental changes can have health impacts throughout childhood, and I don't think you need too much persuasion now because we've heard a lot about it. Those childhood impacts can extend into adulthood, and we all want to see our children grow and thrive into adulthood, right? That's the job of pediatricians. We want to shepherd our patients through to lively adulthood, and so that's something that we want to keep in the back of our minds as we talk about this. And then most importantly, we have the responsibility to intervene now and to pour gas on that intervention. And next slide. So I won't belabor the point because a lot of this has been covered already in some of the previous talks. But the important thing to remember is that all the different exposures that our children receive really can affect all the different body systems in our bodies. I'm going to focus on the kidney specifically, but there's always that interplay. And so it's important for us to keep that in the back of our minds as we think about the additive effects of all these different exposures. Next slide. So we'll do a little bit of scientific talk now. So in the literature, these kidney diagnoses are the ones that have been associated with climate change and environmental exposures. So you see acute kidney injury and chronic kidney disease, those are the ones I'm going to focus on the most for purposes of time, but there are certainly others that have increased risk in the context of the topic that we are covering today. Next slide. So I know that there are physicians in the room, there are non-physicians in the room, so I'll do a little bit of teaching so that we are all on the same page. And we'll start with acute kidney injury, or AKI. And so it essentially reflects an abrupt decrease in the function of the kidney. So basically, either the patients that we are taking care of has a change or decrease in how much they are urinating, or there's a difference in how the kidneys are able to clean the blood. And you'll hear me talk about EGFR, and that essentially covers that topic. And we know that that can be mild to severe, and that can have implications acutely and also later on in their lives. Next slide. So now that we have that very basic understanding of what acute kidney injury is, let's talk about one of the climate change effects that correlates with increased incidence of acute injury. So this would be the increased incidence of heat waves as a result of increased global warming. And as we've heard before, children have specific physiology that can make them more susceptible to changes in climate. And so because of their increased body surface area to mass ratio, they, in context of increased heat, are able to absorb much more of the ambient temperature internally through their skin. They also have increased metabolic rates because of all the growth they are doing. And so they generate much more heat internally. And then finally, they have lower sweat rates than adults. And so are not able to dissipate the heat as easily. And so all these three factors, in addition to the fact that they are dependent heat-related illnesses. Now, the most common of that will be dehydration, right? So studies have shown when there are heat waves, there's a spike in the number of patients who present to hospitals, and the most common diagnosis is dehydration. And we hear about dehydration in the kidney well because the kidneys love to see fluid, right? That's all they love. And so once patients are not getting enough fluid in, the kidneys get a little bit sensitive and develop kidney injury. But that's not the only thing that causes AKI. Next slide. The other climate change effect that we think about in the context of acute kidney injury is increasing storms and increasing floods. And in the context of that, we see lots of contaminated food, contaminated water. And as we've heard again already, children have immature immune systems, and so are more likely to have severe gastrointestinal infections from the pathogens that are in the water. Again, they will develop vomiting, diarrhea, leading to dehydration, and that can cause AKI. And then for those of us who are nephrologists or budding nephrologists, we think about specific bacteria like E. coli that can cause very, very specific kidney injury. And one of the diagnoses we think about is hemolytic uremic syndrome. And that can even cause patients to need dialysis acutely. We have patients who need transplant in the future simply because they had a GI illness that affected the kidneys. So again, these things are not minimal risks. They are things that we want to minimize as much as possible, so our children are growing up as healthily as possible. Next slide. I hope you'll indulge me with a little graph. I'm not quite sure how well it projects to the back of the room, But this study was published in 2017 in the New England Journal of Medicine. And it basically shows that for children who present ill and are admitted to an ICU, if they don't have acute kidney injury, at day 28, post-presentation of illness, they are more likely to be alive than if they have a severe stage of AKI, which is AKI stage 3. And so again, we want to keep in mind that for the longevity of our children will get sick, but as much as possible, we want to minimize injury to the kidney. And then I'll talk again about, thankfully, children are also really resilient. And so they will recover quickly from acute kidney injury often, but then every episode of acute kidney injury can also lead to chronic kidney disease. And so we can transition to the next slide as we talk about that. So again, indulge me in a little bit of teaching. Chronic kidney disease refers to when we have abnormalities of the kidney structure, how the kidneys are working, or what the kidneys are spilling into the urine for at least 3 months or more. And it has to be something that we say affects your health negatively. And chronic kidney disease, we know, has negative impacts in children. It affects their ability to develop appropriately. It affects their ability to grow appropriately. It affects their quality of life. And all of those things go on into adulthood. And so I just have this schematic here just so that we keep in the back of our minds, because I'll show this picture again later on in another slide. All of us are born with a certain number of filtering units in the kidney called nephrons. So right here, you see there are many nephrons in a healthy kidney. Whenever those nephrons are injured, we begin to lose some of those nephrons, and the remaining nephrons start overworking. They never are able to work hard enough for the whole course of a patient's life. And so there continues to be loss of the function of some of those nephrons until the kidneys are no longer able to do the work that they are supposed to. So let's keep that in the back of our minds, and that will help us understand the next set of slides and that we will talk about. Next slide. And one more thing I wanted to highlight is that in terms of chronic kidney disease, there are multiple risk factors. So there are some patients who can get chronic kidney disease because of one thing. You might have a genetic condition that makes you have chronic kidney disease, but you can also have overweight, diabetes, and hypertension that leads you to have chronic kidney disease. And so as a nephrologist, my job is to make sure that as many risk factors I can decrease to prevent people from getting chronic kidney disease or from worsening their chronic kidney disease, that I work and my hardest to prevent that. And so that's where some of the talk about say will come in later on in this presentation, and we can go to the next slide. First, I want to talk about how environmental effects affect kidney health really from the womb. So there's been studies that show high ambient temperature, air pollution, and environmental toxins like arsenic are associated with premature birth. And so when mothers are exposed to this while they are pregnant, there's a high likelihood of their babies being born early. And in the kidney world, we prefer for our patients to be born full term because all those nephrons that we talked about earlier on are typically made very early in gestation and really by the age of 36 weeks. But if patients don't make it to 36 weeks gestation, then they are automatically born with less filtering units than everyone else who is born full term. And it's been shown that having lower filtering units at birth automatically leads to a 2 to 3 times higher rate of chronic kidney disease in childhood and then later into adulthood. So we are starting already at a lower rate, and then there's a potential of adding other nephrotoxins, which raises the risk of having more significant chronic kidney disease. Next slide. This is a slide that just suggests or explains why the kidney is a high area that gets affected by some of these environmental exposures. So humor me with this image, but as the physicians in the room know, the filtering units of the kidney are made of this red part called the glomerulus, where all the filtration happens. So all the blood is coming into the kidneys. And then the proximal convoluted tubule, that yellow part, does all the hard work of thinking about which toxins it's going to remove, which things it's going to reabsorb and keep. And because this part, that yellow part, does so much of that work, it sees a high concentration of those metals. Those metals can stay within those cells and affect the energy of those cells and affect the job of those cells over time. And eventually we get fibrosis, we get protein in the urine, and other evidence of chronic kidney disease. The mechanisms that have been put out there for why this happens are on the right. We don't have to talk about that, but that's just to understand why the physiology of the kidney puts the kidneys at high risk in the context of receiving all of these environmental toxins. Next slide. Sorry. Oh, thank you, thank you. I was able to find this study, and this was published in 2017. It is in adults, but was specifically looking at mercury and the evidence of chronic kidney disease in Ghanaian gold miners. And so what these researchers did is that they took 110 miners from the Western region. They looked at the blood levels of mercury, and just for your information, having less than 5 is what's recommended. So this microgram per liter is the concentration that was in the blood. Less than 5 is what's recommended. So you can see those who were exposed had 18, plus or minus the standard deviation, and those who were not exposed had less than that 5. If you remember, I mentioned that having chronic kidney disease involves sometimes spilling protein in your urine, sometimes having abnormal kidney function. And so if you look at this urine protein line, it's very clear that those who were exposed had more protein in their urine than those who were not exposed. If we look at this creatinine line, and creatinine is a waste product that the kidney is supposed to clear, and so higher is worse. Exposed patients had more creatinine in their blood than non-exposed patients. And then consequently, the kidney function that we are seeing in exposed men is much less than those who are not exposed. This is and then just to prove a point, less than 60 by definition is evidence of chronic kidney disease. So we have data from adults that clearly shows that exposure to mercury causes or is associated with chronic kidney disease. Interestingly, in this study, about 15 years went by as an initial exposure for these findings to be made known, or for these findings to express themselves. And so bringing it back to our kids who are experiencing this even now, this could mean that a 5-year-old at 20 years will already be showing us evidence of protein in the urine, decreased urine kidney function. Or we might have a situation where, because people are not really thinking about this effect, that child presents at 40 years of age and already needs dialysis. And this is because we just weren't thinking about the effects of these heavy metals. So again, I thought this was really good data to show we need to be thinking about these things. And if they are present in adults, they are happening in our kids as well. Next slide. All right, so I think I spoke quite fast, but I'm happy to answer questions. So we went through, really as an example, looking at the kidneys at specific diagnoses, acute kidney injury, chronic kidney disease, and how environmental toxins and climate change effects can affect those diagnoses or can increase the risk of those diagnoses. And so essentially what do we do with this information? I'll start from the bottom because I think that that is something that's absolutely essential. But we heard some really good research from the FDA and etc. earlier, which always adds extra motivation when you can see the numbers in front of you. And so I would say that devoting funds to researching what's happening in our children, we have data from adults. So next steps would be looking at our children and seeing what's happening specifically within them so that we have the data, we can find the funding to make plans, to do better screening, and to help mitigate the effects of some of these toxins and exposures. And in terms of preparing, some of the things that have happened already. And so we should, as a medical community, learn or prepare in terms of making sure that when floods happen or let's see, when there's high heat, that we are making sure that there's an ability for our patients to access clean water, for example, so that we are not having increased incidences of acute kidney injury. And then the other thing would be thinking about how do we want to change our medical practice so that we are preparing for patients who may have increased incidences of these chronic conditions as a result of these exposures. And educating, I think, is pretty self-explanatory, making sure that we are keeping ourselves current so that we can teach trainees who are coming up after us. And then also making sure that we are educating our patients and families. Very often, our families can be really good partners for us, can be really good advocates alongside us, and so not leaving them out of the picture. And then advocacy, I think everyone is doing an amazing job here, so probably don't need to say much about that. Next slide. These are my references. Next slide. Next slide. And thank you.
Wonderful. So it looks like it's snack time. So thank you all for your attention. And now we can take a 15-minute break. I believe there's some intent to take a photo. So again, enjoy your snack. If you need to use the washrooms, please use the washrooms. And then we'll come back here in about 11:15 or so. Thank you. and move on with the program. It seems that most people have found something to eat. Thank you for your patience. We have such a phenomenal day, and so we don't want to, well, please feel free to go ahead and eat during while we move forward with the program, and feel free to go ahead and, get up and get something more to eat, if you'd like.
Yeah.
So we can just, those of us who are standing and not getting food, thank you. Wonderful. So it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Benjamin Kisisasu, who is Fleming Fellow for Animal Health Service. As we know, this is stopping down safe requires a multi-sector approach, and so we are so grateful to have the veterinarians here to provide their perspectives. And as we heard, we're even seeing sometimes these things occurring in the animals. So we're so delighted to have you. I believe we'll keep this about maybe 15 minutes or so we can keep on moving forward with the day. We have so many other wonderful programs coming. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I was a risk communication officer. So I would like to have everybody pay attention as I speak. So we will have a nice time. I like to say very thank you to the organizers for inviting me to come, because I was invited to the One Health and Care Working Group for Ghana. And very soon Ghana will have a One Health policy, so that the three sectors, environment, human and animal health, will work together. Now already told them about this program, and they are very happy that as the policy is coming out, such work is beginning. So I'll take you through the impact of climate change in the animal health. How do you navigate the search? I always say that in Africa or in Ghana, we see animals as animals. So when I go to local language, because when you travel outside, and I've had chance to travel to Germany, to the UK, to some of the countries, you realize that the way they treat the animals, when we can just see them, we get to say, if we humans are not treated that way, because somehow we're trying to forget that we live in an ecosystem. And as we move on, we'll get to know. So I'll just do quickly short as per told, between 10 to 15 minutes. I think we'll do so. I don't know the questions. I'll try to wrap it up. So I'll just do a quick introduction and have a One Health framework, which I just spoke in the beginning. Global, regional, and country context. Look at a multifaceted threats. I will do a critical focus on some of the diseases that can suffer from the virus to the human and what children are likely to face. I will try to look at the impact of production and food security, because I want to talk about the climate and environment. We need food so that we can live well. Then I will do the pediatric link. Why veterinarians and pediatricians must collaborate. That was my last slide. And I think by that you have got a good message. Okay, so for the introduction, what are we looking at? I spoke about One Health. So you could see a small diagram far right, that for us to have healthy people, we need to have healthy animals and healthy environment. The reason why Erasmus in the morning goes social media is because once the environment, we have decided that once the last tree dies, there will be no life. So without healthy environment, the animals, whether aquatic, those from water, those on land, because today we are all going to eat something, other egg, sausage, we are going to take in milk, it's all going to come from animals. When we don't have them, we can't survive. And don't forget, animals, some play essential roles. Like the vultures, they have to take some diseases out of our system. So in our greediness, trying to think about ourselves, we don't take care, we are bringing harm to ourselves. So the One Health is because that human, animal, and environmental health. So today, it's good we are all meeting to discuss this issue, and we can have that linked. We can never survive without the other. We need all three to be on board. Over the years, we just want to wait. When the matter happened, and my dear mechanics me at the consulting room and long queues. And we always speak about building more hospitals because we are not close the tap where the water is flowing. We are open, but we are not close the tap. What's the problem? In the climate change, we are having rising temperatures and altered precipitation patterns. Why? We are cutting our trees. The mine we are doing, the localization, the talk about the trees I want to go. Currently we have a lot of estates happening. All of them are cutting down trees. And the trees, the vegetation was by purpose. And one quote that I want to take as you, which is coming from a work. He says climate change is among the most significant challenges of the 21st century, with global warming and heat stress occurring across much of the globe. I know in January when we saw a lot of rain, all of us are shocked. And why is that matter? And we are all complaining one based on the other. And that shows that the ecosystem of this outbreak is also what? Changing. Next slide. What's the global context? As I said, and I was happy when I was being told, they said it's a multi-faceted threat. What about climate change? So the heat stress we are all seeing in the physiology of the animals. I spoke about it because in Ghana we want to now go to livestock because we want to reduce imports and want to go to exports. Now when the government of our pocket is getting project and they want to go to livestock, all these animals, if there's issues with my environment, the water they are drinking is polluted, they are going to have rescues. And I come from the food safety lab, and very soon I'm going to getting another machine to help with this better work to see what's happening now with. When we talk about what's happening with drugs and antimicrobial resistance, we have seen some work things in that. So these are things that we want to look at. So garbage, I want to be feed our animals. So as the African mentality of animals and animals should change if you are also having that mentality. Because whatever they feed on, that's what we're going to feed them. The milk is from the cow, and what it took, it's going to be seen. And these are things that we need to really look at. And it's sad that when we come to exporting to EU, they are straight on your residue levels. But what we eat, we don't even know. And these are sad reality on ground. And we are talking about water distribution. Once the temperature changes, they need to move. If I read the news, now I see that migratory birds going to other countries or because they want to survive. It's nature. They have to adapt. If those animals are disease carriers, they may take it to other places. And children like to play near bushes and all those things. So as we go, we get to understand more. Now, resource scarcity, global shift in forage quality. We want to reduce overgrazing, allow the flooding going on and all those things. But if our forage, what I'm going to use to feed them, is not of quality, because we are not getting better water to water these plants. We are not getting enough rains. We are not getting the protein in them being better. Then we're going to have issues in the animal sector affecting food security. Just to quote another one, climate change acts as a trend multiplier, exacerbating existing vulnerabilities in animal production and welfare. The animals also suffer. They need to adapt. So either they don't put out the necessary weight, the government will do their best to animal production. Because in animal production, like broilers, by 6 or 7 weeks, you're supposed to attain certain weight. So I think because of the temperature, it means that it is using the energy I need to maintain its body self to fight against stress, and that will affect food security. And when you get stress and come out with diseases, which will then cause some of their mortalities. Even now, sometimes people report that their poultry birds are dying. You do all the necropsy, you don't see anything. You go and check, it's a sea stress. Sometimes management and everything is working. So these are issues of concern. And then once we are also seeing a lot of feed issues because the maize and the soya bean that are being used for them are not in the best of its kind. Next slide. Now let's come to Africa, amongst region. We are seeing a continental sensitivity. Africa is warming faster than the global rate. So all the continents, we are moving back because we realize a lot of foreigners have come for investment and naturalization and all those things are all creating a problem for us. I know The disease landscape is also being affected.
I'm quite myself.
What you are seeing, we hear of African swine fever, we are seeing Rift Valley fever. In Ghana, we are able to have 1 or 2 cases in there. It's not that because it's fever, if the clinician is not drawn attention, they take it for malaria if other tests are not being done. Now, economic impacts. Our livestock accounts for up to 40% of agriculture GDP. Africa, for livestock, is very, very victim price. So we have Niger, Mali, Nigeria is doing well, and Ghana want to come on board. So if we have issues with our climate change, it means that production systems are going to be affected. And so these animals get disease, these animals get stress. It means that we're not going to have better things to have them, and it can help spread diseases. I want to give another quote. The distribution and prevalence of vector-borne diseases may be the most significant effect of climate change in Africa. Already, before climate change, we already had a lot of vector issues. So those who have grown the past, we say eczema was common. Now we have hair cream and all those things, these are going and all those things. So as the climate is changing, what is happening in the environment in terms of animal production, in terms of disease organisms is something well. And we don't forget that there are diseases that affect animals that can just get to humans, which is known as zoonotic. And should they become more virulent due to climate change, becomes an issue. Now I come to Ghana. What's our context? We have a lot of ecological zones. We hear about the Guinea, Savannah zones, and to South zones come closer because that's where they're facing in the northern part. Already, before climate change, in terms of temperature-wise, they had a higher share. And yes, if you read the real anthrax, and people died from it. Because one is poverty. And they don't understand why the vet who says it is anthrax, so let's go and bury it. After they bury, just last week I was at Baga border, and just Baga and Kagola for Kenya. They tell me that for them, if animal is dead, they don't see why it's going to waste. They will have to consume. And this was a really matter of concept. Because and we spoke about the climate change, we're talking about how these spores are exposed due to temperature. So outbreaks often follow heavy rains after prolonged dry spell. So if our dry season prolonged, because animals have to go around to feed, but we don't our type of practice for animal production is moving them like the food line up to down. And they have to take down, and the spores can stay more than 60 years in the soil. Should they get it, the herdsmen, normally the side is that the herdsmen themselves don't get affected. It's people who are innocent, who want to go and get a meat, who get affected. We have the issue of trips also ongoing, and that's a major issue. If the seasons, seasonalities, and climate change become an issue, we are there to go, and that will collaborate to bring the issue of zoonotic rates, increasing human wildlife and livestock contact as animals are migrating for the water. So I was sad to see that the lagoon in Accra, people have filled the sand, and you could see on TV that the fishes were moving on the dry land because they need to survive. And we don't take care. As I said, these animals have a role to play, even in managing some of our waste, our distance out of the ecosystem. But sometimes we are not all that informed, and we tend to think so much about ourselves. But another serious one is aquatic. If you realize the past 2 years, we see a lot of fishes dying come to the sea. And it's by that normally open days. These fishes were useless. And the last one we said was due to stress. Stress. It means that climate change is affecting the aquatic. And if you are not taking care, you are going to lose a lot of these fish. And the kind of fish that come out are not the normal fishes we normally consume. It is the one that I would say the sea mammals. And they who are closer to real mass in terms of animal classification are being affected, which we need to really look at that. Ghana faces 12 threats, several national priority diseases. So Ghana, I want to talk about our 6 priority diseases. We have anthrax there, we have rabies there, we have trips also there. And these are potential when it comes to climate change, and we need to really look at them. Next slide. So in all, I spoke about the impact on production and food security, and which have stressed already on the of this stress affecting lower rates, nutritional content, because the food they are going to eat are going to have. So you'll be eating meat. You know how it's outside go to East Africa. Our beef that we feel it is meat, it's not meat. Because the tastes are different. The first time I got this African Kenya, they told me that why can't from Ghana, oh, you don't eat meat here, we'll give you meat. And you will see the difference. So sometimes we think I'm eating, but I'm eating something without. That's one of the time you go to, when you get to have a friend in South Africa, and the person is there, they ask them that they should tell you the comparison. And realize that they only taste it, you get to see. And in terms of epidemiology wise, when the climate change is so serious, even breeding grounds, we have breeding grounds, mosquitoes and ticks, the vector issue, which is ongoing and having increase of disease transmission. Next slide. I just want to pick one. I placed two by of time. I'll take contrast. So anthrax are highly climate sensitive in Ghana because the spores are able to stay in the soil for long. So the more the dry season, the more the spore forming characteristics increases. And the animals in grazing would like to take down, keep to have them. And that would help expose these spores. If you are taking their grasses, because it is in the dry season, you have to uproot the roots. In doing that, it's helping tilling the land and these spores can come. And when you come, you see a lot of sudden death within hours. So last year, I think you saw a case up and over. Okay, that one was not anthrax, was a poison case because of somebody trying to self-medicate. We will see blood discharge coming from the cattle, and we'll see having incomplete rigor mortis and high fever, severe depression, and sedation. That happens in animals. Now, as we go on, I'll bring a case for what children can be faced with. Next slide. So let's move. I'm giving one case. So this picture is giving what our localities present with. We sit in Accra, we sit in the urban areas, and we may not be associated with this. Those who travel around will see that sometimes animals are with this cattle, sheep, and goats, go and feed. So they're very, very close to them. And you see them when the water is polluted due to that, I'm saying, other activity. They are drinking, and this is what to bring food. Look at it. Next slide. Another slide. Next. So look at the pediatric link. So for Pediatric Society of Ghana, what do we want us to take? We want to look at how you can collaborate veterinarians. So national security, climate-induced livestock loss leads to stunting and wasting in Ghanaian children due to loss of high-quality animal protein. So if things are not going well in animal production, they may be eating eggs, they may be drinking milk, they may be taking the meat. But you come to your hospital, you ask them, they are eating. And you know, people have a certain weight at each case state that you are waiting for. We can show the picture of the quantity of food that they are eating. You will see a lot of protein, but they are not getting. And you don't take care, you may eat to superstition. But the reality is on ground that they are eating, but it's not having the best of. The backyard weights. In many Ghanaian households, children help with small nuts. So most rural community. In our house, even those of us who have pets, they are always busy. So it's very good to get closer to the dogs and cats to children with them. And if there's issue with better in terms of ticks, in terms of mosquitoes, these are from these animals. The children are the first culprit to get them. And we talk about we have had an issue with anthrax outbreak in the crowd directly entering a house in Ghana here. So zoonotic transmission, we have just taken this to disease of choice for us to wonder about. What will be our clinical decision for Ghana? Should you sit at your consulting room? Now the focus will change. That in your issue break, you should ask whether the children are coming from houses that are into animal production or their parent deals with animal production. Because the figures that are presented are coming from zoonotic source. May not be the usual malaria or other ones that will be taken with. So to assist, we have to look at the weather to what protocol. You check the season, which season are we in, should they come? Are we having every rain? Are we having some flood? What do you suspect? And you ask them. And you should be suspecting anthrax, look for a sudden death or skin and stuff. That's asking them whether some animals have died recently. What is telling that they are involved in animal production? That's asking the animal history question. Has any animal in your house or place died or lost pregnancy in the last 14 days? Then you do your physical examination. If there's fever plus jaundice plus history of floods, then you can rule out Rift Valley fever. If there's fever, spontaneous black skin ulcer, history of cancer death, you can also rule out anthrax. So these are things that we need to wonder about. Next slide. So we could still collaborate to look at the joint surveillance, what the vet will do and what the pediatric action will do. We should increase the screening for unexplained fevers in our children or families. So if your children are coming and they are for families, we need to trace that contact who may have handled sick animals, encouraging parents on boiling milk and avoiding dead meat packets. In Ghana, a lot of people don't allow meat to go to waste. Once dead, they want to do so. And next two slides, let's go. Let's go. What's the way forward? Now look at the climate smart veterinary services and still doing surveillance. Now having a kind of that European event-based surveillance and the guideline is based on the site out, which clinicians will have a copy and train, which allows both environmental health, veterinary and human to move together. Resilient breeding, promoting teachers breeds is something that we are trying to do with animal research so that we can have a good nutrition for our children to enjoy. Because our free SHI is the feeding programs for going to look at local good food. Then a big issue, agroforestry, using trees to provide microclimates. So if people are cutting down trees, we need to really look at that and promote vaccination biosecurity and also into farming. So what is my closing statement? The role of the veterinary officer must involve from treatment to climate adaptive health management. We have to look at the policy integration. We have to realize we all sit in our silos, animal health, human health, environment. There's a need for us to be brought together to discuss. And I was happy for that. So when people saw it on my social media and LinkedIn, a lot of international people were so happy that Ghana has gone fast. So it's a big plus to the United Society of Ghana for having that. Healthy animals are the foundation of a resilient food system in a changing climate. They have a role to play. As veterinarians, we are the early warning system for a disease that will eventually walk into your consulting rooms. By managing climate sensitive animal health, we are protecting the future of Ghana's children. Please, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was amazing. We are so grateful. Healthy animals are the foundation of a resilient food system. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Another round of applause for Dr. And so then I'm pleased to invite Nana Aba Apietewa. That's right. Apietewa. Who is here to speak with us about the impact of illegal mining on Don't worry.
Good afternoon. As Sarah said, my name is Nana Aba. You may find a different name on this card. That's for the government. Then another is for me. So today we'll be talking about the effect of illegal mining on the mental health of children and adolescents. So before that, I would like us to do an exercise. Please, can we all close our eyes for say 40 seconds for me? Or 30. And I want you to imagine a little boy who lives in a Galamsey area, whose mother never comes home. The mother is one of the people who is involved in illegal mining. He doesn't even have any food to eat usually at home. When the mother comes, she barely asks him what he did in the day, how school went. And the mother comes, the days that he's able to cook, she cooks with her hands that has mercury or lead and cooks for this boy. Few days, few weeks pass, and now he goes to school, the teacher is talking and he doesn't even understand what is being said. He's laughed at, everybody thinks he's on serious in class, everybody thinks that, oh, infants will say, dodo. Now he doesn't even want to go to school again. Because people will laugh at him and tell him that he is not doing well academically. He looks at his grades and he thinks that he doesn't want to be in class again. Now he drops out of school, and the only thing he does is join people to steal from the very community that neglected him. So while you're asleep at night, he opens your window, gives a stick, take your phone away from him. Please let's open our eyes. And this is the story of how illegal mining goes on and on and on in very ways that we do not probably even imagine or think about. The things that we neglect and think that they do not affect us. So you may even say that, oh, my area, there's no illegal mining going on, or my child is not involved in illegal mining. But somebody else's child is involved in illegal mining or being neglected by a parent involved in illegal mining. So the person becomes a juvenile, and then you pay the price because the phone and your laptop is. And that is some of the things you are going to do. Please stay with me. So the World Health Organization says, so please go back. So we'll be looking at the introduction, look at why children and adolescents are uniquely vulnerable when it comes to the issues of illegal mining. We'll talk about the impact of galamsey on children's mental health. Talk about why it matters to Ghana's future. And then we'll talk about what each of us can do and play a part to make sure that our children and our future are safe. So the World Health Organization has said that most of the mental health challenges that happen usually happen before the age 14 or 15. So before anybody probably even goes to have PTSD or stress or depression, they might have picked it right from childhood. Again, we are saying that 1 in 7 adolescents aged 10 to 19 live with a mental health condition. And before we even started today's session, I was speaking to some of the doctors here, and they were telling me we're having a conversation on how parents don't even listen to children, because in our society we say children are seen and not heard. So even as the parents, when a child comes and tells you that, or I've been feeling, or I've been having feelings to say, take my own life, our response from a very African background is say, you, what have you been going through? Me and maybe your man are not going through anything, and you, what have you seen in this world? Probably the child is going through something, and the child needs the attention, but we usually do not pay attention to these children. Maybe they are being bullied in school because they have an extra arm from lead poisoning, from mercury poisoning or something, and we do not even know. So these are some of the statistics that make us understand how children are going through mental health challenges. I get out of depression, we have a project called the Arts Therapy, that we give children art materials and make them use paintings, pencils, lines, everything that they can in their own way to describe what they're feeling on the inside, things that they're unable to talk because they're afraid of. And some of the issues that have been coming up currently is how they are even scared that the world is coming to end. They are hearing things on the TV, on radio. Sometimes there are teachers who are telling them about climate change, but the teachers don't even have the knowledge that they should have. They are not explaining this like they should, so they think that the world is coming to an end. Or they think that something is going to go in their tummy, or they think that something is going to happen to them. They are all going to die, their parents are going to die, they are going to be lonely. So they come to class and teacher is talking, but all they are thinking about is what if the world even ends while I'm in this. And these are kids that are 5, 6, 7, maybe the oldest 10. And that is some of the things that is happening. So we are saying that children are vulnerable. Some of the earlier facilitators have spoken about these things, so I will not waste a lot of time or spend a lot of time. Their brains are still developing, and they absorb toxins faster than most of us, the adults, and they depend on adults for safety. So just as Dr. Salasi said, if your head aches or if you are feeling stressed, you will know that, oh, I'm supposed to stay hydrated. When I stay hydrated, it may help me a little bit. Oh, I can even go shopping and do maybe a shock therapy. The child doesn't have money to do shock therapy. So these are some of the things. And also, the trauma that a child goes through in childhood can stay with them till they grow up. I'll share a personal story. I came from, or I still come from, a divorced background. I lived with just my mom, and then I had to go through a lot of abuse as a child, physical, emotional, psychosocial, it was a lot. And I've had to toughen up to the point that at the age of 12, I used to think like I was an old man. I had to learn how to fend for myself at that young age. But so I didn't get the childhood I was supposed to get, like how now people play. You don't have the language to play, you're trying to survive. And later in life, I think when I got to like uni, I started experiencing symptoms of PTSD and depression. Fortunately, we have started the Get Out of Depression Foundation. So I had an idea what was happening to me. But there are so many people who do not know that maybe they've been feeling circumspect for about 3 weeks. They are losing interest in the things that used to interest them for about 3 weeks. They are losing sleep. Their eating patterns are changing. They don't know that maybe these are signs that they are facing a mental health challenge, so they don't get the help. I was lucky to get the help that I needed. And it came out that, oh, all the things that I had bottled up so much and thought that I was trying to live to cover them up, they are not coming up. Because now I get to engage with that people. I see that, oh, so this person, they used to talk to their parents and their parents used to listen and advise them, when you are going to slap you. So these are some of the things that are happening. Also, they have limited coping skills, as we have stated. Now, after all these things have happened, it affects children, or these illegal money issues, climate change that is happening, affects children in different ways. And one of the ways that it affects is when it comes to their neurodevelopmental and cognitive aspects. We have, the doctors are here, we know how lead poison can affect how even a person thinks and reduce their IQ. So when it happens like that, now they go to school and all of a sudden, maybe they're even a brilliant student, or he or she was a brilliant student, but all of a sudden they struggle. They struggle to pay attention in class. They struggle to even be emotionally stable. They struggle to be concentrated in class. And these are all the things that are happening. So when somebody comes to us, even as people that diagnose children, we have to look at some of these things. Which background is the person coming from? Has the person lacked attention while they are growing up? What's the kind of relationship that they've had with their parents? They have an absent father, an absent mother. What kind of upbringing have they had? And this affects the kind of, and if there are any teachers, if you even have children, you realize that these are the things that the children are going through. One of the things in Ghana I'm very sad about is how teachers are quick to flog a student because they think that they are declining academics. And the reason that we are usually quick to give is that they are not sitting and maybe they are playing too much. For all you know, the child is suffering from lead poisoning. The child is suffering from a heavy metal that is affecting even the way they feel, the way they interact with other people. And yes. Again, we have the trauma and the psychological distress from the environmental violence. For instance, when you live in a home that your parents are always fighting, all you always hear in the house is noise. It's like your mom is beating your dad, mostly, or never has been, or your dad is beating your mom, or even in a place that is almost just chaotic. Now, when you move from that environment and even grow up, when a place becomes very quiet, if you've ever had to face trauma in your life, when a place becomes very quiet, you begin to think that, oh, what's going on? What did I do wrong? Why is this person not saying anything about this thing that has happened? And those are some of the things that happen. So the children have lived in very chaotic environments. Every day there's a tractor, every day there are people shouting, the workers in these illegal mine areas are even fighting each other, beating each other, and sometimes they even collapse in these ditches and die. Sometimes these children see the people who die when their bodies are being removed, and that's a trauma no child should see. And these traumas live on with them while they grow up. Sometimes they even get sleepless nights. They begin to have nightmares. They are never able to sleep. They don't want to interact with people again. They begin to even fear for their own lives that maybe they are going to die or maybe their parents are going to die. But their parents are not willing to let go of the small money that is coming from the sites that they are getting. So these children keep on having to live with the fear of death, having to live with the PTSD that they have gotten from these sites. sometimes the conflict is even not from the people that are there, but the clash between, right now, we see the government taking maybe armed men, or if it's not the government, armed men are going to some of these sites, some that they are exchange of gunshots, people are dying. You don't know when they are going to be shot, you don't know when your parents is going to be shot. So these are all some of the things that go on in the children's mind and affect how they feel, affect how they think, affect how they relate with other people, and how they even they live in the society and impact the society that they. So there may be a child that could even be helping in the community in one way or the other, but this child has grown to be timid. This child has grown to begin to fear a lot of things. They will not be able to live the life that they are supposed to live. As people who are supposed to help the community. And the other part is that sometimes it's not even only the depressive or the very sad part of it all. When children live in very aggressive environments, like some of these sites that people are fighting and people are getting killed, sometimes they pick up those behaviors and they also become very aggressive people. Like a child who lives in a home that always sees the father beating the mother or the other way around. The only way they get to see to maybe discipline a woman or somebody who talks a lot is also to hit them back. So you see that children who grew up in very abusive home, if luck and grace does not come inside, they also grow up to become very abusive. So it's the same way that happens to children who are living in these very chaotic areas with illegal mining and seeing people fighting and all those things. Sometimes they insult, they also grow up starting to insult people and thinking that the only way to solve a problem or to solve a fight with somebody is maybe stab them or to slap them or to insult them back. And these are all behavioral issues that come up as mental health challenges in children that are living in safe areas. Now, when it comes to the educational aspects and identity damage, some of the children drop out of school. Sometimes for the good or the bad reason, or in two ways. Some of them drop out of school because they have tasted small money from going to the site, and then they think that, oh, this is my friend that is in school. Every day when they are going to school, it's 10 cities or 5 cities that they give to them to buy it off. But when I go to the site, I get more, maybe the money that my mates will get in a month, I can get in a day. So they think that education is a scam, as people have began to do that propaganda, so they drop out of school. The other one also is that sometimes their parents are the ones engaged in illegal mining. They don't even have time to take care of them. So they can't even go to school on their own. And sometimes the bridges that they have to cross, the water bodies that they have to walk in to go to school, all of these things, they affect their self-esteem. They do not have any ambition. We've been here in Ghana and we've seen a teacher ask a student in class what they want to do, and they say that they want to sell a boot. And it's the same thing. Somebody who has seen young people in their community get money from these things, I would say that maybe I want to be a sale when I grow up and not maybe a doctor or a lawyer. And yes, so why does it matter to Ghana? And why are we saying that it also matters to Ghana's future? Please stay with me. Now, when these children have gone through all these things, when they've gone through all these things, it affects them. These children grow up to become Ghana's workforce. They grow up to become the leaders that we need. All of us are growing very old, even myself. Right now, my waist is beginning to show me shame. So we know that these children that are coming up are the future, right? They are going to be future parents, and what are they going to pass on to their children that come from them? So now we are saying that when their mental health is compromised, you are looking at a nation whose productivity is going to decline, because as Prof. Animal said, we will not even have people to have very reasonable conversations with, because people's minds are not functioning the way it should be functioning. Our health system burden increases. Prof. Salasi has talked about keeping, we talked about so many things. And then poverty cycle deepens, because we are using our money to maybe take care of our health. We are not even able to afford basic needs anymore. So we are saying that from the health sector, this is what we are calling out to everybody today. Everybody has a part to play, whether you're a media person, whether you're a community leader, whether you're a health person or anything, they're saying that when we all come together, we are able to do it. Erasmus and I on our table were saying that Sarah said we shouldn't get angry, but for us, we vote that we should be angry. Because, yes, so especially the media, we are the fourth estate of the realm. You have the power to change narrative, you have the power to set the agenda for people to have conversations about. Then these are things that maybe it is high time we spoke about them and make people know that our future are these kids. And when they are not right upstairs, we will also have a country that will not be doing right upstairs. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Well put. Thank you so much. So we will continue, and it's my pleasure to invite Dr. Emmanuel Asamoah J. As you can see, I am now wearing the armband, right? These will be distributed, visual indicators of action are important. Again, we thank the Catholics for starting this last year, so you will all get an armband, and we ask you, do we recognize it might not complement your outfit as you'd like, but that's not look beautiful with mine, so please. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarah. And yes, most of the things have been said by the previous presenters, especially Ben over there. I don't know whether he copied from my slide or right, but that's coming from Martin. I think he's. So, if you wouldn't mind, I want to move and talk more about the mitigation patterns, things that we can do. I'm coming from Dr. Steph, to our food systems. What we can do to mitigate some of the effects of the climate change, so that when we go back, we can practice some of them. So please, you just move, and then when I wish I told go. Yeah, so all that I'm going to talk about is revolving around this triangle. How the happenings here is affecting the plant top here, the host. So in some cases, the environment together with the pathogenic vectors will attack this, or one of them will attack, but in very few instances that the plant will gain from the happenings here. But even that, it is short-lived. So please move on. Yes, we talk about pathogenic evolution, interactions, and all those things. And a bit of statistics. Climate change is a significant threat to humanity. And they put some monetary value that on annual basis, 1.2 trillion US dollars is resulting in nearly 0.4 million fatalities in terms of agricultural resources alone. Please move on. Yes, so the influence of the climate change is shaping the host plants. In most cases, you realize that the plants become very vulnerable in such a manner that the nutrient levels, I think Ben mentioned it, you think that you are feeding the kid with a lot of food, but actually the nutrient levels in that food is compromised. So now it's not about the quantity, but it's about the quality of the food that we give to the kids. Please move on. And the temperature is also increasing. We talk about global warming, which is affecting the vulnerability of the plants to this pathogenic and then diseases, especially the fungi and then the bacteria pathogens, which is causing a lot. And when this happens, the farmers tend to apply a lot of pesticide and then insecticide. And I think we've mentioned that this also has residual effects on the environment and also on the food that we are taking in. So that's a concern for all of us. Please move. So temperature is a major factor. Move on. Yes, so these are some of the features that the farmers are facing. You see here, the process is affecting the plants. Said that photosynthesis
that the plant will need to accumulate more of the nutrients, the proteins, than the other nutrients that we need to feed on to be able to fight the diseases when they come, they are being compromised. Yes, atmospheric carbon dioxide. We've mentioned that clearing forest for agriculture is releasing the carbon dioxide, but I have replaced that with galamsey because in many instances, when Erasmus is giving a background, he will say a very huge area about comparing it to football parks. I say, hey, if galamsey is causing that huge damage, that is a very major concern for us, the agriculturists, the food crop producers. Because what is going to happen is that when that place is open up, it is a kind of a free, flow for the pathogens and then the insects. By God's nature, those things are serving as barriers. You can imagine grasshoppers moving in that environment where there are different stratas. So there are barriers, actually barriers, preventing them from moving fast to the nearby farms and then other communities. But because the environment is open up, it is easy for them to move and then go and cause havoc somewhere. Rainfall is another similar scenario where there are floods. And now those of us coming from Kumasi, since February 1st, it's been raining continuously. It's just yesterday that here it did not rain. Otherwise, first, second, third, we had serious, heavy rains. And the farmers will be calling you, hey, should we plant? Then you become scared. You can't advise them because it's not normal. Actually, it's not normal. The time that we expect the rains to come, it will not come. And when they are coming, they come in torrential forms. So actually, what we are observing is that the amount of rains that we receive as a country on the average has not that changed that much. The quantities will come, but it's the distribution, the pattern that it will come. So what is happening to the farming system is that the time that they are expecting to plant, they will not be able to plant. And when they even plant, the time that they are expecting to harvest and process, then the rains will come in their numbers. So what is going to happen is that there's high relative humidity, and that is very favorable for disease and then pests to thrive. That's why we see aflatoxin and all those things that is affecting our food system. Let's move on. So at this, I think we'll move. Yes, similar phenomenon occurred in Edra about 2 years ago. There were influx of rodents, mice. They came in their numbers, and they are nocturnal, animals. So the farmers have to go in the night to the farm and then actually go and scare them. And you can see the implication for their health and other things that is going to please me. Yes, floods. This is a very major occurrence, especially in the mining communities. This is Sukwai, the next one, please. And this is around Logwon, where we have large areas for rice cultivation. And when it rains, because it's the lowland, all the upstreams will come there. And you can imagine if they are contaminated, this is what is going to happen. And at the point where they are harvesting, they are having that scenario of floods. And drought is not no exception to what is happening in the environment where the mining areas have all created all sort of micro, climate to affect the farming systems. This is drought. Yes, this is the field that I manage myself. So look at the days of the planting and then the growth. At this point, if I come to any of you, taking you to the field for me to partner with me, I think you wouldn't have hesitated. But look at what happened in the end. Look at what happened. And this is climate smart variety. So here I'm lucky to harvest something. And what I'm going to harvest, because it's bio-fortified, the nutrient level is high. So compare it to an ordinary maize or ordinary farmer who did not get the opportunity to plant the climate smart variety. What is going to happen to the family? And this is annual crop. So the next year, the person is going to suffer. please move. And it's similar thing for the other crops. This is rice field. Yes, and that rice field, now this is what has happened to the crop. You can see. Yeah. Yes, we talk about rainfall after harvesting, post-harvest. This is a rice that has been first harvested and it's soaked, so you can see it germinating. Humidity is just on the rainfall movement. So in all instances, there's decline in yield and productivity of our agricultural production. So what are we doing? That's the question. From my outfit, what are we doing to, help the farmers in these communities? One, through breeding, we are coming up with high yielding crops, so that it's not about the area of cultivation, but it's the output per small area that the farmer will cultivate. So that is what, and we are also coming out with varieties that are drought, pest, and disease tolerant. Said that when the diseases come, at least they are able to get something to, sustain their family till the next season. And it also has economic implications. So I talk about nutritional properties. We have maize that are high in quality protein. Some of them also pro-vitamin A. You know, vitamin A is very important for their eyesight and other things. So we have varieties that are very high. And recently, there's a project that I'm part of that we've released 4 varieties of common bean. Common bean is the one that we use to prepare the baked beans. When we go to restaurants, that's where we get opportunity to eat the baked beans. So we have released 4 varieties, and out of these 4, 2 of them are very high in iron and zinc. Very, very high. So the next stage is that we are going to partner with the school feeding program. So because we were told that during the menstrual cycle, the schoolgirls, they need iron and then zinc very much. So that's what we are going to do, at least to also help them in that direction. And then to prevent the pesticides and the insecticides, we have also come up with biological control of some of the insects, so that we go, because in the natural ecosystem, we have predators that feed on others so that their population is kept in balance. But once we disturb the ecosystem, that balance is disturbed as well. So we'll be able to find some of the natural elements that will feed on, so that we don't use the pesticides to control them. So I'm using a 4-army worm. I think 4-army worm has become a major concern as far as agriculture is concerned, not only in Ghana, but in West Africa and then, around the globe, because of this devastating nature. So we've been able to, the next slide, please. This is how it can cause havoc. We used to know of only stem borers, and the stem borers, it was only the stem that it was attacking. But this 4-army worm is able to attack almost every part of the plants. So that's how devastating it can be. So the next slide, we've been able to identify this wasp that feeds on the eggs and then also the larva, so that it's able to control it. And then also we have also been able to breed a variety that is tolerant to this 4-army worm, that it can reduce the damage of the maize between 28 to 33%. That will help go a long way. So we have the climate smart agriculture, which seeks to improve productivity, improve input use efficiency. You know, some of the agricultural practices, they tend to produce a lot of these gases, the methane and then other things. So if you are able to use very good efficient varieties, those ones, the emissions are reduced. That will help in preventing the global classes that we are talking about. Also the farming systems. I talk about the natural environment where we have all the other all the components. But now what is going to happen is that in the areas where we want to reclaim the reclamation, where we want to reclaim it, they are going to do what we call the monocropping. If they identify trees that are able to, regenerate on its own, it's going to be just one tree that they will plant on the large environments. So the old system, we have buttresses and other things that control the movement of water and other things. But because this one is going to be just one, and then they are going to plant in lines, it's still easy for water and other fungal spores to be able to move through that system. So we want farmers to practice what we call maize cropping. They used to do it until some time back that we told them that, oh, they should do monocropping, and then that one also has its own implication. So for subsistence basis, the maize cropping is what we are also telling them, and we are also building their capacity to diversify their cropping system so that on the same piece of land, they can get their vegetables, they can get their cassava and other things. Yes, move on. Yes. And then the rice production, we have this which is nutrient and then water efficient to prevent the methane gases. Yes, please move. Yes, so this is one of the maize cropping, rice intercrop with plantain. Please move. Yes, and then we also have the aquaponic system where we have fish pond, we have the small ruminants here, poultry, and then your farm. So nothing goes within this system. Yeah, I've talked about oil fortified crop varieties. So in advanced cases, they are using drones and other things to reduce pesticides use and others, so they can go specifically and remove the invasive weeds. We are also trying to help them with gadgets that will be able to, predict some of the weather situations. Ben talk about One Health, and it's I think now that's also a very good concept that we are promoting, and what we are doing here is about One Health. So with One Health, we want to have a effective coordination, communication, and then collaboration, so that we know what each and everyone is supposed to do to mitigate the effects of the climate change. Yeah, so in conclusion, this scary statistics is facing us that by 2050, crop yields could fall by up to 50%. And this should be a major concern to every nation that has the citizens' welfare, concern about the citizens' welfare. So crop research is where I work with develop climate-based agricultural technology to increase productivity, adapt to, and then also mitigate the effects of the climate change to ensure national food security. At least that's what we can do. But we need to be very aggressive, be able to, get to where we want to be in terms of our food security. Let's move on, please. Yes, for the sake of the students, I have some references. Thank you very much.
That was just brilliant. Can everyone say One Health?
One Health.
One Health.
One Health.
Thank you. So this just is, I think, illustrative again of how we understand that this stopping galaxy will take a multi-sector approach. So grateful for everyone who are bringing those perspectives. I'm very excited to introduce our next speaker, who is online. Let me make sure I have my notes correctly. So we'll just take a minute to pull him up. So he's actually located in Canada right now, in Toronto, but he has been based here in Ghana, I believe, for most of his career. And he is coming to us from KNUST, specifically here in Ghana. This is Professor Paul Jose Sampene, who is a giant in the space. He's a pathologist and will come and share with us really what he has seen in terms of the impact of heavy metals on children and others. So if you can just bear with us. So I've been informed that lunch for all of the participants will be at 2:00. And so then just so we can kind of manage our expectations and needs, we all have needs, we all have expectations. We'll just continue, right? And so we'll have Prof. Sampane present, and then we also have, Erasmus will be sharing, speaking with us on journalism. And then we also have a recording from a prominent global advocate, our expert on advocacy, who will have a recording. So again, we'll just keep on marching forward. Please feel free to take a break at any moment. That's at any time, that's not a problem. So thank you so much. How is that?
He's muted. I've asked him to unmute himself, but he's not responding. Yes, please.
So that's the problem.
Yes, please.
Hello.
He's now.
Good, we come to you. You're ready. That's your mind.
Okay, so please.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, I'm here.
Great, we can hear you. We
Okay.
can't see you quite yet. Okay,
You can see me. Can you see me?
we can see you. You're welcome.
Thank you. Am I ready to go?
Absolutely.
Okay. Good morning, colleagues, and good morning, everyone. It's unfortunate, like I said earlier on, I should have been there in person, but certain situations will not permit me. So I will have to do this thing via Zoom. And so I think I have my presentation already with you guys, if it is possible to project it so that I will go through them. And then when I'm done, the discussions, thereafter will be done. And then I will be ready to explain certain things that I've already put on the slide. So if it is possible to put it on the slide, so that people will have a look at it, please.
I don't have the slide.
Prof, we actually, it seems like, do you have it available so you could just screen share?
I'm having a bit of challenge to screen share, so I sent it to Prof. An email. I don't know if.
Okay, so it looks like we have it, and so we're just we'll need a minute. Do you want to? Yeah, we'll just need a minute to get that going. Do you want to start, and then once we get that going, then we'll have.
Okay, that will be fine. That will be fine.
Okay.
So, thank you. So, like I've said earlier, this work was done somewhere 2021 to 2024, and I must make this disclaimer that those of us who did the work, we are not members of any political party. We didn't receive any funding, and we have no interest as far as the work is concerned. So we did the work purely on scientific, grounds. And so your meeting or your conference, Pediatric Society of Ghana's conference, actually come in handy because it sort of finds a way into the work that I've done in respect of children. And also, let me also put on record that the work that I did is purely on autopsy, postmortem based study that I did. And so the findings are actually on autopsy findings, And then also I sought and got permission or ethical clearance from the university. I'm talking precisely the research committee at the Ken West Medical School. So basically, I will have some overview of what I'm going to do, and then we'll talk about the study population, the general characteristics of the study population, findings and discussions. We talk about the pathways and pathogenesis of heavy metal into tissues, and then heavy metal exposure and tissue DNA mutilation. And then we look at the short-term and long-term health outcomes of fetal children, exposure to heavy metals in relation to DNA mutilation, and some discussion. And then we'll look at the future studies, conclusion, and that's later on we'll do the. So how does one get exposed to these heavy metals? Basically, the exposure to the heavy metal is done through either injection of food or water, or inhalation of the air which is around, and then also skin contact. So,
Prof, if you
yeah,
can hold on just a minute, I'm so sorry. It seems we just have your video that you recorded and not your slide deck to show.
the slide is what I gave it to Prof. Don't worry, I can forward it straight to you, please.
Thank you so much. And then I can forward it directly so that people can see. I mean, we are enjoying listening to you as well, but I think the compliments will be good.
That'll be fine. You will get it soon, please.
Okay. I'm grateful. I'm grateful.
Yeah, all right.
Share this with.
Let me see if
Animal.
maybe Annabelle has shared it with me and I didn't pass them. Great, I've got it. So then I'm gonna forward it to you. It's a PDF.
Have you had it, please?
Yep, I got it. So I'm just downloading it and then I'll send, and I'm sure yep. Thank you.
All right.
And then so you are.
So can I continue?
I think that's fine. Thank you so much.
Okay, that's fine. And so, like I said, prenatal exposure to these heavy metals, as I've already mentioned, lead, cadmium, mercury, and arsenic. Those are the very heavy metals that during our study we were able to analyze. And so those are the things that I'm going to talk about. So, like, they pose serious health risk to pregnant women because of their high toxicity. And so they are very toxic in the sense that they can cause all manner of DNA mutilation. And aside that, they are also, they have the capacity to bioaccumulate in the tissues, especially in children where they have very or little capacity to excrete them. And so they are very high toxic. And so in our study, we also investigated the association of heavy metal exposure with birth outcomes among mother-infant pair, those who passed on during labor from the Ashanti region, central, western, north, and the eastern regions of Ghana. And so these regions are noted for their involvement in artisanal small-scale gold mining as well as galamsey, so to speak. In fact, basically, I usually call them illegal mining or illegal exploration of gold. So the data, like I've said, were taken from 75 deceased mother-infant pair from 2021 to 2024, and this data was analyzed. So we applied linear regression and multivariable regression analysis to examine effect of concentrations of lead, cadmium, mercury, and arsenic on birth outcomes after adjusting the maternal age groups, parity, infant sex, education, income, smoking, excess or alcohol usage, stillbirth, diabetes, hypertension, and gestational diabetes. And we also, I applied 95% confidence interval as part of our analysis of the data. So the toxic effects of these heavy metals can change, it can change genes and they have some ability to change genes without actually altering the DNA sequences. And so specifically through the DNA methylation at 5-methyl cytosine, which is an epigenetic mark on the chromosome. So these changes in DNA methylation are most sensitive during pregnancy, which is a very critical time for development of the fetus. So when these modifications, well, in fact, around this time, these modifications can affect how traits are expressed. So like the study population, as already said, it was a total of 75 deceased mother-infant pair, which was taken from 2021 to 2024. And inclusion and exclusion criteria were applied. I think I have them. I don't want to waste so much time on that. So, and then we, like I already said, we sought an approval and we had it from ethical committee and research of College of Health Sciences at Ken University. So, of course, when you are using human samples, you have to conform to the tenet of Helsinki Declaration, which says that we need to, whatever findings that we do, because we are using human samples or biological samples, you need to go back to the society or the community where these things were taken and then tell them our findings, which of course we did. And we are even doing it as we are having these discussions on your program. So the general characteristics of the study population, maternal age categories, that was from 19 years to 40 plus. And then the infant sex was also important, either male or female. And then the parity of the mother was also important, either nulliparous or multiparous was also actually very important to us. And then we also have a look at the education of the parent, of the mother, either he's completed school or not. He has moved to high school, university, graduate school, so on and so forth. And the income of the family was also important. Like I've said, alcohol usage or smoking, it was also very important because, in fact, alcohol and smoking were very important to us because they also have some metals or some metals that can also affect the growth of the baby. And more so around such areas, these vices are very common, alcohol usage and smoking. So we made sure that we actually elicit those things from the records of the parents or the mothers at the time. So disease state, we look at the hypertension, we look at diabetes and gestational diabetes, all of them were taken note of. So to findings and then discussions, we actually look at the 5 regions like I have stated, and then all the various heavy metals that I've listed above were actually seen in the tissues that I've already enumerated. The liver, bone marrow, placenta, cord blood, what you call brain, and then GIT. All these samples were examined, and then we were able to extract the following metals. Cadmium was actually extracted as one of them. The mean cadmium concentration was 2.62 microgram per liter, and this mean cadmium concentration in our study was higher than those reported in the UK, which was 0.56 microgram per liter. In fact, this was reported by Portula et al. 2016, and in Australia, Hinwood also reported a similar thing, which was a mean concentration of 0.48 microgram per liter, meaning that ours were far, far, far higher. And then we looked at lead, which was also, ours were particularly lower in terms of the mean concentration, which was 0.74 microgram per liter compared to those reported in China of 209 pregnant women. And so another study in China about, they also recruited 252 mother-infant pair, and they also found that the lead concentration was 2.92 microgram per liter. And then a similar one was also done, and the lead was also found to be, mean concentration was found to be 0.75 microgram per liter. Mercury, which usually is used mostly for the extraction of the gold, was highest in our study. We had 4.37 microgram per liter, which was also greater than those conducted in Norway, which had a mean of 1.2 microgram per liter. China had also a similar thing, that is 0.84 microgram per liter. Australia also had 0.383 microgram per liter. And the United States, their findings at the time that they did their study, they had 0.62 microgram per liter, which was lower. But the studies those were found in Greenland were 16.8 microgram per liter, and Saudi Arabia also had something that was a bit more than what we actually, extracted from the samples. Then arsenic also had a mean concentration of 3.72 microgram per liter, and is greater than studies conducted in Australia with a mean of 1.29 microgram per liter. Norway had a mean of 1.12 microgram per liter, and China had a mean of 1.03 microgram per liter. And in some instances, we were able to isolate cyanide plus mercury. In fact, I will explain why cyanide and mercury were seen in some of these samples. Cyanide and mercury combined concentration was 6.43 microgram per liter, which is greater than a similar study conducted in China. The Chinese one had 1.62 microgram per liter, and Australia had a mean of 1.31 microgram per liter. And then Burkina Faso, a study was also done in Burkina Faso. They had a mean of 4.15 microgram per liter, but lower than the one conducted, of course, in Greenland. Greenland also have their own share of these pollution, and they have a mean of 8.53 microgram per liter. So let's talk about the pathogenesis of these heavy metals when they find their way into the mothers, and which eventually go into the children or the fetuses. So exposure of these heavy metals, like I've already stated, is through ingestion of food or water, inhalation, or dermal contact. And so during a pregnancy, exposure to these heavy metals like can cause alteration in the gene regulation by DNA methylation in newborns. So there's a very important thing that we have to also take note. That is epigenetic mechanism, which particularly, DNA methylation, which plays a crucial role in mediating fetal programming. In fact, a study was done by Briner et al. In 2020, and they actually concluded that epigenetic mechanism plays an important role in mediating fetal programming. So in their study conducted by also Chen et al. In 2024, recently, concluded that the placenta is a unique temporary organ that consists of both maternal and fetal parts, and is the first and largest organ to develop during pregnancy. So the umbilical cord also serves, in fact, the umbilical cord, most of us, we understand what it is, and we know what the structure of it. The umbilical cord, it has three main things that actually supply the fetus with the nutrients that is required through the mother. So it also serves as the primary link between the fetus and the placenta during pregnancy. In fact, it begins to form during the third week of embryonic formation and is fully developed by the 7th week of gestation. So the environment in which a child develops significantly affects their disease susceptibility in life. And this was also, confirmed by a study done by Gluckman, PD et al. In 2015. Another study done by Stone J, 2021, stated that a growing body of evidence indicates that exposure to environmental toxic contaminants, like what we have actually stated, found in air, soil, food, and household items play a crucial role in adverse pregnancy outcome. So in a similar study also done by Stone J et al. In 2021 concluded that toxic metals have been detected in the urine, peripheral blood, and amniotic fluid of pregnant women. So cadmium, arsenic, and mercury are highly toxic, I've already stated, And then heavy metals have very low excretion, allowing them to bioaccumulate in the body and exert neurotoxic, immunotoxic effect and fetal developmental defect, especially during early development. That was a study conducted by Kim et al. 2020. So, what are some of the effects of this exposure of heavy metals and then DNA methylation? What do they do? This harmful effect of heavy metals on human health, especially in children, stem from their ability to interfere with the range of biological processes. And these processes include oxidative stress, disrupt cell membrane, and disturb cellular homeostasis. And toxic heavy metals also compete with essential proteins for binding sites, leading to dysfunction in vital processes. And this was actually concluded by Shen et al. 2013 in their study. So prenatal exposure to these metals has been linked to significant impairment in a child's neurodevelopment and cognitive abilities, including delayed learning and memory deficit and other birth defects, which can have lifelong consequences, as conducted and concluded by Rushwarat and Tolin Landrigan in 2014 in their study. So the WHO has also classified arsenic, mercury, lead, cadmium among the most dangerous substances, highlighting their serious threats to global health, public health. And it was also done by Brodekin et al. In 2007. In 2008, Lian J. and Marshall G. et al. Conducted study on human and animal models, and they suggested that in utero exposure to metals can impair fetal and childhood health and development, potentially leading to cardiovascular diseases and then cancer, kidney diseases, and increased mortality during childhood. And the study also indicated that maternal toxic metal exposure in early gestation was associated with altered DNA methylation in newborns, even at low exposure level. And this was also shown in a study by Needleman et al. In 1979. But current studies was also done by Trasande et al. In 2005, revealed that the developmental disorders contribute to a silent pandemic, hindering societal progress and affecting millions of children worldwide. Impaired brain development and diminished intelligent quotient are common consequences, leading to a higher prevalence of intellectual deficit, academic failure, and reduced opportunities for a productive career. A study done by Nyanganza et al. In 2020 to examine the association between prenatal maternal exposure to arsenic and mercury and various birth outcomes in both artisanal small-scale gold mining and non-artisanal small-scale gold mining communities in northern Tanzania was also done. And so this prospective longitudinal study recruited a total of 961 pregnant women with 718 participants from ASSGM areas and 173 from non-ASS GM areas. And the findings revealed a concerning disparity between the two groups, with the risk of adverse birth outcomes significantly higher in ASSGM, which was 56% compared to non-ASSGM areas, which was then found to be 44%. So specifically, increased exposure to heavy metals, particularly arsenic and mercury during pregnancy, was associated with a greater incidence, several adverse birth outcomes, including spontaneous abortion, stillbirth, preterm birth, low birth weight, and visible congenital anomalies among the Tanzanian women studied. These results underscore the critical need for public health intervention and policies aimed at reducing exposure to toxic metals in ASSGM communities to protect maternal and child health. So another study carried out by Sen A et al. In 2015 found that boys and girls may react differently to environmental, toxins. Yeah.
Please, I'll just stop you for a minute. We're a bit tight for time today, so we have about 10 minutes more. I see your slides 39. I think they'll be very powerful. I'm wondering if you can focus on those ones, and then just because I know you have a lot of really valuable materials, so maybe just think about how we can.
Okay. Then let me just quickly, move on to what do we call it? The organs, the children that I was able to actually pick from the autopsies and explain to you what the findings are.
Wonderful.
Then the discussions,
Thank you.
yeah. So if you can flip straight to what do we call it? The birth deformities that were seen. In fact, I have the diagrams or the photo there. So please, if you can flip to that place. So if you have a look at the birth deformities, these are babies that I picked from various hospitals that I did the autopsies, and some of them died immediately after birth. Those are the things that I have. Here you see this baby with polymeria, the one on the left lying on the that couch or whatever, and then the next one is a baby who had all deformities all over. He has polydactyl. He has, in fact, he has had what do we call it? Cleft palate. The upper limb and the lower limbs had the phalanges are many. In fact, 12 upper and lower fingers. And then those are the very things. And then the placenta of those that I was able to take, if you look at the morphology of the placenta, you can straight away know that there's a lot going on there. And on the left side, we have the brain, which was also taken. And then that is what we have here. And then the placenta is what I've seen. But let me just quickly, this one, the very one here, if you can flip it further down, you can flip it further down, please. Another, yeah, this one was a baby, a mother, yeah. This one was a mother who was pregnant. In fact, she had to deliver this very one. In fact, it's supposed to be twin gestation, but unfortunately, the other one was formed, in a normal way to be, a representative of something that looked like a human being. But this one was basically how it was formed, and that was the placenta attached to that. And so this is histology, samples of the kidney with the deposition of these 7 metals. In fact, when we do when we do special things, it will come to through some form of black granules that will be deposited in the glomerulus. So these are all histology samples. And then this one is what we call the next one. These are ones from the liver with special stains. And in the middle, we have what we call central vein. The central vein has what we usually call central necrosis. If you can flip down after this one, flip down. Yeah, this one, that is a liver. Yeah, that is a liver sample with central necrosis and then congestion of the blood vessels. Those are the things that were seen. And then here, we are looking at the GIT. The GIT, the one that we see in the colorful, very beautiful colors, where you see the arrows are pointing towards the nucleus of the cells. And so when these 7 metals are ingested, what they do is that they go to, form a union at the base, that is the nucleus. And that is what we are seeing. You are seeing causing the nucleus to go through oxidative stress, and therefore later on in their life may lead to formation of cancers. Those are the very things. And then you come to the brain. The brain is the next one after that is the brain, and the brain too has similar thing around the. If you look at the astrocytes and the glial cells, they are all those black things that you are seeing. They are all deposition of mercury and heavy metal and other heavy metals. Especially these ones are mercury that are deposited in the astrocytes and then the what do you call glial bodies, and which are very important in neurotransmission as far as human beings are concerned. And then naturally, and these are also, of course, that's the placenta. The last one here, that is the placenta. In fact, this very one, the one that has hematoxylin and eosin stain, that's the normal placenta. But if before then, on top of it is the placenta that has been also been infiltrated with heavy metals, and those are the ones that I think move down, please. If you can move down a bit down, further down. Further down, yeah, that is the plus. No, this one is a normal placenta. Just this one is just for control. Wanted to show you these are the chorionic villi. Those things that you are seeing like island, pockets of island. They are chorionic villi. In between them are blood vessels that you are seeing around them within this. So these are the chorionic villi. So if you come down, no, a bit up, one step up, please. One step up. Yeah, that is, this one is the one, the placenta. No, that is not the one. That is not the one. Yeah, this is the placenta, the one that has all these heavy metals spread into the placenta, what do you call it? The placenta tissues. So that is how it is. Thank you so much. So I'm ready. I'm here in case you need to do any discussion or questioning. I'm ready to take your questions, please.
Wonderful, and I think seeing those images is so powerful. And, you know, I also just the science, we love the science components, right? And looking at the histology, I haven't seen this science like that for years, so I really enjoy it. You know, we're going to actually have, so again, lunch will be at 2, so we'll be having Erastus join us in a moment here, but since Prof is on right now, if anyone, we can take 1 or 2 questions, if someone has a question. Wonderful. So Prof, I'm going to share the microphone. It's here.
My name is Dr. Jacob Hussein. I'm a public address secretary for innovation. One, Prof has done a very good presentation. We need to write a position paper on what he has done. That will lead us to face the president and tell the president, we need action now. Right? This is, I was in the other listen, we're talking of having empirical data to stand on it and do the fire without it. Now, what Prof has done, it summarizes all that we are aiming at. So Prof should give us a position paper on this, and the Media Society will take it. Now we meet the president. You do it or you vanish. That's the thing, because we do not have time for, talk. No. Action now. Once we get the position paper from Prof on this, the next we meet the president one-on-one, do this presentation. President, you either do it by tomorrow, or we will take action and we see what will happen on the ground. That is what we need. Thank you. Right.
Thank you so much. That's why we're here, because we have the data. We have the data, we are there, we're on the front lines, and you know, so much of this is actually on our laptop, right? And so we're collaborating right now, we already have the data, and then we will move it forward.
Sure.
So we're grateful. Prof, do you have any response that you'd like to share to that request?
He's
Is he
muted.
still with us?
He's muted.
Oh, but you're muted again, can you hear me? Any other questions while we wait for that? I think that's pretty much it, right? That sums it up. That's what we.
Prof, please unmute yourself.
I know that anyway, he's collaborating with us. And so.
Yeah, hello. Yeah.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you so much, my brother. In fact, I have the data, not only this, I have a data of about 4,500 placentas. Of course, I've been able to isolate out of the 4,000. Like I said, I have no funding for this study. And so I do all of them via my meager resource that I get. So I've been able to isolate out of the 4,500. I've done 2,000, I think a little over 2,000 placentas, and of which the data is not good at all. The placentas and the values of the heavy metals that I've been able to do, they are not something that we should be, happy with. And so the data is there. I have everything. This is a summary, just a little bit of whatever. In fact, the children, I keep picking them. Some doctors who are also in those areas, they are afraid of their life. They feel that if then they take such things, people will blame them, or they feel that they are going to use them for other things. So some of them are afraid. So sometimes you need to pay so much to the nurses and the orderlies for them to hide these things, and then eventually, send them to me, or I drive all the way to those areas to pick them myself. And so I have the data, I have everything. But you know something interestingly, we are in a country where science, science to be precise, is not taken serious, because there came a point where the work that I did, I was more or less, being persecuted, that I was actually doing that in to bring a political party down. That's why I made that disclaimer that I'm not a member of any political party. My work is purely scientific, and it's because, in fact, if I had given you the what really started or made me to do the autopsy, it was just a simple thing. A woman died in Bibiani, and they needed to take the baby before they bury. Traditionally, the mother cannot be buried with the baby in the uterus. So that's when I went in, removed the baby, and I saw this very interesting fetus. So I said, well, as a doctor and as a lecturer, let me just go and pot it, and then we'll use it for our studies. And then another one occurred, and then similar thing was found. And then subsequently, I was seeing them, as and when these children were being taken from the uterus of their mothers. And then later on, I realized, oh, there should be something wrong somewhere. And then I started looking into the literature, where I saw that in even the copper belt in Congo, similar things were happening to them. So I said, okay, fine, let me just then look into what could be the reason. And then that is what brought me this far. But people didn't understand. The political parties didn't understand. They feel that, look, what you are doing, you are bringing a political party down. And that is where the problem began, where I had to, do all these things within, in the midst of persecution and so on and so forth. But the data is there. As for data, I have data. In fact, the U.S. Rep in Ghana conducted, in fact, they did a similar thing like this in Takoradi, where I was made to present my findings. And they were more interested in what was happening, not Ghanaians. It's sad anyway, whatever it is. I believe that with this AGSM, we'll probably go far as the data, and then letting the people understand what is at stake it's what I'm looking at to see.
Rob, thank you so much for your great work. If we can all give him a round of applause. A very brave person. I think the people who are evildoers, what they really thrive off of is that when they're so clear amongst us, right, that we can't even talk to each other, right? And so then we really are stronger together. And again, we're scientists, we have the data. And so let's just all, we're angry. There's no question we're angry, but we have to try to stay calm. And because really, again, the trauma response will make our brain just go like this, and we'll stop thinking. The blood will not go to our brain. So we have to just try and stay calm, diligent, and use, again, our intuition, our discernment, and our authority to move this forward definitively. So thank you for the really important question. So I'll welcome Erastus, who is a prominent globally renowned journalist. We are so grateful. You are a very creative person. I think we're all very grateful. You know, the work we do with all, like, that is great people. So you're welcome, and we're just delighted to again to have you.
Thank you so much. I think we've seen enough. And what I'm going to show you is, I'm a field person. Whatever Prof is talking about, we see it on the ground. The source of the heavy metal. And we've been transmitting this thing for a very long time. I think we are not angry now. Yes. And not this time around, telling to get people angry. We need to be angry. And it affects you one way or the other, whether you're a doctor or not. Wherever you sit, it affects you. And until you are faced with the realities on the ground, you won't appreciate the issues. So as a journalist, I got interested in this since 2014, and I've been reporting on this as if I knew, like a prophet, that this is going to happen. And there will be very serious consequences because mining should be controlled, and it's not being controlled in Ghana. And so from 2014, since I started following it, it's been worsening and worsening and worsening. And I don't know when we're going to speak up. We have the evidence. The evidence should not be sitting on shelves. It has to be out there speaking for us. So I'll look at, next slide please. Yeah, I'll look at the definition of Galamsey, which we know already, the scale of negative impact, water pollution, forest and land degradation, health impacts, new threats, impact on women and children, the role of journalists, and then some solution. But I'll try to go very fast. I think we know about Galamsey already, and it involves the extraction of minerals such as gold, using informal and often environmental destructive methods. And we know the prevalence of Galamsey is real. In Ghana, thousands of individuals and communities are engaged in these activities across the country. And already, when you go around, you see over 60% of our water bodies completely gone. Perhaps the only water bodies that are still existing is in Jema, Panabla's jurisdiction. And he's a strong man. He has been able to keep some of them still pristine as they are. Countless communities have lost their sources of drinking water and farmland. Now people carry water from home to the farm. The farm is just close by a water body, but they have to carry water from the house because they cannot use that water. Over 430,000 hectares of closed forest degraded, turned into pits and gullies. You can't use it for anything. It's not because government has not done anything. Successive governments have done a lot. Certain interventions like the Ministerial Committee on Illegal Mining, several task forces were initiated, Operation Halt, Operation Vanguard, and Gallon Stop and all that. Next slide. The question is, why have various interventions failed? Next slide. Greed. I don't think it's poverty, it's not poverty. The people who are able to purchase that kind of equipment, which is about 12 billion old Ghana cities, are not poor. They are very rich. The economic value of gold over sustainability. Now gold prices are skyrocketing. And we say that the gold is now sustaining the economy and keeping the city together. So we are looking at that, and we are not looking at the effects and not counting the environmental cost and the health cost to the economy. Political influence. All this is tied to politics. So every party comes to power, we say that their followers should also be benefited. So in the NPP time, they said, oh, party people must get money. Then they started mining. Power changed hands, we thought it was going to stop. They are also saying that it's our turn, let us enjoy it. And so the government of the day is afraid of patching that because they feel that people will be angry. But how many people are even mining as compared to the entire population. And the influx of foreigners, now the Chinese are taking over everything. The law does not allow the Chinese to even mine, but they are mining. Bribery and corruption. There's so much money coming from it, and people are ready to pay money to bribe soldiers. A lack of political will, fighting the lapses in the sector, and lack of uniform, strong licensing regimes to control what is happening. I'll start with deforestation and land degradation. And this is, go back 1 minute. This is one of the forests under siege when I was preparing my documentary for Forest Under Siege. This is Pathology Forest Reserve. And you see, that was when they started degrading it. Now we have about 100 hectares gone already. Forest reserves affected by illegal mining as of July 2025, 45. Now, as of December last year, it has moved to 50, and it keeps going. So we have 288 forest reserves, 50 of them already degraded. And the Forestry Commission labels them red, orange, yellow, and green. As at the beginning of last year, we had 9 reds. So far, that's the only area we've been able to make some inroads, success. We've been able to reduce it to 0 now. But even the 0 is still shaky. There are certain areas like Offin Shelter Belt, Jimira Extension, and others in the Carrier area, which are still being mined illegally. So this is how it looks like on the ground. So this is about the size of Kumasi. That's the Pamprama Forest Reserve. And this is how it looks like. That's the extent that has been degraded. And all the villages close by, the farming communities in this setup, you can imagine the extent of heavy metals you have in this area. All the water bodies gone. To be able to use this land, you need to reclaim it. It will cost about $30,000 per acre. These are thousands of acres destroyed. So calculate that and compare it to what we are getting as a country and see whether we are making gains or we are losing. That's like Offin Shelter Belt, town of Offin, Jimira in the Carrier area. This is how it looks like. And this is not formal mining. They are stealing the gold, they are not paying tax to anybody, they are destroying the land and leaving it as it is. That's me standing there, Tanamia Forest Reserve, and they keep on destroying it. In fact, after our consistent reporting and keeping an eye and monitoring, we've been able to save quite a large chunk of it. Now there is nobody mining illegally in that forest. Planetary Forest Reserve. This is where Chemaun to me and Sakunta mining invaded. And then afterwards, more people went into it. They've degraded quite a large size of it. So far, we've been able to clear them with consistent monitoring and more journalists coming on board to put a spotlight on it. That's right. These are excavators seized from the forest in the Sanraboy enclave alone. So you can imagine the harm that these excavators will do to a particular forest. And thanks to the IGP, they did quite a lot of work in that. We collaborated with them. We showed them where they were hiding. We were able to bring some of them out. So currently, these excavators are parked in Sanraboy in the Western Road. Environmental degradation, mining and settlement is one big issue that we are confronted with. And in areas, this is Wasajapa, just by the Iron Free Road. We did the town itself. This is what is happening there. That's like, this is the town. This is Wasajapa. And the entire town is an illegal mining site. So that's the Ayamfree Road. That line, small line you see in there, that's the Ayamfree Wasakupong Road. Side by side, that's the town over there. See. So with this, you can calculate the amount of heavy metals that is going into homes. directly. So when you see those cases in your consulting rooms, this is how it spreads. Next slide. This is within the same town, Wasajapa. All this you are seeing is not just footage, they are there as we speak. We've countlessly called on government to flush them out. Because of politics, they are not driving them out. Next slide. Kudumase. For them, they are digging beneath homes. And so what you see there in the excavator arm is the body of a woman who was pregnant. Her entire toilet came down in the pit. It's not like she was in a Galamsey field or forest or anywhere. It's within the town. You just went to a toilet within the compound, and the entire toilet came down. And that's how come they dug her body with the excavator. And it's still happening as we speak. Next slide. The economic impact, damage to agriculture, cocoa is affected, more farmers are selling their cocoa farms. Those who will not sell, they are forced to sell because they dig trenches around their farms. And the European Union is now thinking of testing cocoa beans for heavy metals. And this is real. That's where we get into. That's like pollution of water bodies. I'll touch on it briefly. The picture here is the Ankobra River polluting the sea. And a friend took this picture whilst on Africa while in the plane and sent it to me. And how it affects children. In Rwanda, I took this picture of a boy who was basically swimming in the polluted water. Next slide. When we talk about turbidity, how polluted the water bodies are, in 2023, we have these figures coming from the Water Resources Commission. And all you need, the accepted WHO standard is 5 NT for drinking water, 5. Now look at the figures. The Bremu in 2023, 4,340. Your thing, 1,440. Now fast forward, next slide. You see the Ankobra in 2023, 8,500. Subtract 5. That's how bad the situation is. Next slide. Now these are the latest figures for 2025 April. And look at the offing 19,325. The Brim 21,786. Look at those figures. So it's getting worse and worse by the day. Next slide. The Pra River. This picture was taken 3 days ago. This is a champagne machine sitting on the Sechreheman Ghana Water Company intake point on the Pra River. That's the Pra River on Chifu Prasu. Next one. That was the intake point. And this is the water they are pumping. That's the pumping station. They are pumping this water and treating it and serving people in Tapradi and this environment. It's full of heavy metals because we tested it. We fetched samples from this, we tested it, and there were high levels, in some cases, over 200% compared to the WHO standard. Heavy metals. And so the question is Ghana Water Company's treatment regime able to lift heavy metals from this water after treatment? And the answer is so imagine we are pumping water that may have heavy metals to homes. And some people are drinking. So if you're seeing the cases in your consulting rooms, just as Professor Sapine is talking about, this is where it's coming from. And these are the nature criminals. One of the water polluting equipment that they use. This is the Ofin River. It sits directly on the water body and they pollute it. And we have found many of them on Pra, Ofin, Brim, and Cobra, all the water bodies. They are sitting, hundreds of them. So we tested them. We fed these samples, we took them to KNUST, we tested them. That's how we got the data on the heavy metal concentrations, the cadmium, arsenic, chromium, lead in high quantities. Next slide. Next slide. Now, this is the latest findings that I am getting, and I'm still working on it. Cyanide, a very dangerous chemical with the potential to poison water and skin. It poisons rivers and wells, it kills fishes, domestic animals, and makes soil infertile. In fact, it lasts for years in the ground. And in Ghana, it is strictly regulated under the Minerals and Mining Health, Safety and Technical Regulations 2012 LI 2182. And cyanide use is permitted only for large-scale mining operations and is licensed for gold processing plants. So even with the large-scale companies, it's strictly monitored. Small-scale miners are prohibited from using cyanide. Current regulations explicitly do not permit the use of cyanide or other leaching techniques for small-scale mines. But next slide, look at what we are finding out. They are using cyanide in large quantities now for galamsey. It's called Sankofa. So if you hear the miners talking about Sankofa, it's cyanide leaching. And those drums you see there contain cyanide. And they buy them mostly from Burkina Faso. Amasia West, Kapa, Brim North, Asutifi South, Asutifi North. This is where I found full-scale cyanide leaching joints operating there. This is how they do it. So they create these ponds. And if you look down here, you see the only barrier that is preventing the cyanide residue from overflowing is the sun. When it rains, what will happen? It will go into the environment. And once it gets into the environment, it gets into streams, it's hard to take out. So this is what they do. They are buying the tailings from Galamsey people. The one, the F that they've taken the gold out and they're throwing away, that's the tailings. They believe that there's still recoverable gold in the tailings. And if they use cyanide in large quantities to leach them in the ponds, they still get some gold. So that is what people are doing now. And the residue goes into streams. So this was captured in the Brim North just about a week ago. Next slide. When you go to areas like the Usiejo, Atrekwanda, Lubo, women are now using aluminum sulfate to settle the polluted water, and they use the what they think is clean to prepare food. So I captured the woman who was doing it, that's the aluminum sulfate. But what they fail to realize is that it does not take away the heavy metals in the water. And so they use the water for food. You can imagine. That's life. And you see children, using the polluted water to wash utensils, coming into direct contact with it. Next slide. The health impacts. Heavy metal poisoning. Some of the children are drowning in abandoned pits. In fact, if you just do a simple task of Googling children who are falling into galamsey pits, you will find quite a number of stories of children who are falling into abandoned pits and died. Food contamination, poisoning of water sources, increasing the risk of diseases like Professor was talking about. There is increased cancer risk as well. I don't need to go into it, you know it already. An impact on education. Some of the school infrastructure have been taken over. This is a school in Adansia Sopa, Atatem D Business School. You see where the school is, that's the school building. And all around it, look at the galamsey. And the boys, when they close from school, some skip school to even go and mine. So, next slide. The role of journalists. We should be dedicating quality investigative journalism to anti-galamsey initiatives We are the multimedia group. We are doing that. We've been doing that for a very long time. We want more people to join us. Unfortunately, few journalists are joining us to do that job. One, because it's cost intensive, and two, it's risky. Me, I have become public enemy number one now. And when I have to come here, I have to come with an unmarked vehicle. I have to dodge. I have 2 days before you come, and it's throwing away the interest. We have to throw up compelling angles of the Galamsey debate for national discussion, and that is where PSG comes in. And I'm so happy with PSG, Professor Elinel and Doc. You've done so well. So far, the only association or institution that is committed and team Galamsey, and I think you've done it. And I'm so happy that it involves doctors who have interest in children. And so keep it up. Don't let the data sit in your consulting rooms or on your laptops. Please, the journalists need the information to continue to advocate. Let us have it. Organize press conference. Don't be afraid. If you are afraid to talk, please come under the umbrella of PSG and talk. But I want the politicians to not come after me. But give us the information to work with. When you put it out there, when you hold press conferences, the media will pick it up. And that's how you contribute meaningfully to the debate. So we have to team up with academia and CSOs in the sector to use quality data to inform the public. We have to name and shame. And I have done that so many times, leading to the arrest of Chairman Tumi and some other people. Holding the feet of government to the fire. Well, yeah, we're trying. It comes with all the risk, but we're still doing it. Fact checking and clearing information, disinformation, misinformation, and malinformation. In fact, the politicians, some of them are using certain information to confuse people. Recently, I think you've seen on social media green pictures of the Ankobra. That's not true. I have been on the Ankobra for 4 solid hours on the boat to fact check that. And my report is on YouTube. I can send you links so you can also spread it around. There is a high tide phenomenon. The Ankobra itself has been blocked at Awudia and Christian Mine. So the pollution is not flowing towards the estuary. And so at high tide, the sea blows over, washes over the Ankobra. It goes up to a town called the Zim. Those of you who know the Nzimata. That is where the green ends. From there, going, you see the polluted Ankobra. If you still doubt, taste the water at the estuary, the green water they are talking about. You see that the salt. The Ankobra not salt. It's a freshwater source. So we do the fact check. I sat on a boat for 4 hours just to fact check that and disprove those allegations. So we have to do more investigations, and we need support from organizations to help us do that. We can team up with PSG to do more investigations and bring them out. Next slide. More CSOs are needed on board. The involvement of academia in quality research to inform discussions. And I thank Professor Sampele so much. My documentary, Poison for Gold, was largely influenced by his work. And we worked together on that. And so far, it's been working. We've been using it to educate the rural folks. We've translated it into Tree, and we are using it very well. Public education, I wonder where NCC is. I threw a challenge to them, and they came on Facebook with some flyers. That is not enough. We have to roll out education across the country. Associations like the GMA, and I was not happy with GMA when they chickened out, last 2024. But we don't have to chicken out now. Let's come out strong. You have the evidence. You see it every day in your consulting room. Let's work together. EPA, Minerals Commission should go beyond the top, and they should stop building mansions across cities. There's no mansions we need. We need regulatory oversight over what the licenses they themselves are issuing.
Government should have the political will, political parties must call their members to order. And on top of it all, we have the voice, we have the authority. When PSG and GMA say we are going on strike over Galamsey, they will work. So don't let us go on strike only when our salaries are cut. This is an existential threat. Let's attach something for that. So we need to resurrect the nation's passion for the fight urgently. We should save this space. It's the only space we have on earth. Whether you go to the US, you make money, you will still come back here and build some system somewhere and enjoy life. Let's protect it. Thank you.
Give them another round of applause. We are here for you. We're here for you, so we are grateful. We're grateful for you coming. We know it's not a small thing for you to come, and we offer you this data. We offer you this data. We appreciate you witnessing what is going on in the internet, because that's the reality of it. And you're a journalist, so you understand the role of visual, teaching, right? And that's what you gave to us, things that none of us see, and yet it's poisoning our brothers, our sisters, our children, and us. It's actually poisoning us. So we're deeply, deeply grateful. So I'll accept that, no, let's not lose our anger, but let's, kind of, manage it as passion. Harness it, thank you. We're finding, harness it as passion, right? To amplify these important efforts. So let's see, we're getting close to lunch at 2 on the point, we'll be going to lunch. So I think right now, are we inviting? Well, okay, no problem. So then should we do the recording from the lease link screen play? Let's do the recording and then, okay, that would be wonderful. And then we do have sponsors, money is important for all of these things. We're going to invite our sponsors right when we come back to lunch to kind of share what they do so that we can appreciate them. Money is part of it. And then the recording. So right now we'll have a recording by Professor or Dr. Dr. Lee Braithwaite, who's a doctor of the books, and who will again kind of talk more on the advocacy piece here. Thank you. 15 minutes, right? So that's fine.
Hello to all. My name is Leith Greenslade, and I'm the coordinator of the Every Breath Counts Coalition, a global coalition dedicated to improving child survival. I'm delighted to be with you today at the annual general meeting of the Ghana Pediatric Society, and I thank you for the invitation to speak about the ingredients of successful child health advocacy. You might be interested to learn how I come to be speaking with you today. I was in Bangkok last year at the World Society for Pediatric Infectious Diseases conference, and I was speaking about child health advocacy and noticed a man in the audience listening very intently. After I spoke, he was the first to raise his hand. He talked passionately about child health in Ghana and about the threat of Galamsey. He wanted to follow up with me afterwards, and he did, bringing together his amazing team. That man was Dr. Anthony Enemil. I've generally found pediatricians to be among the world's best people, and Dr. Enemil is no exception. So I'll speak to you today for about 20 minutes and share some ideas for successful child health advocacy. Let me say at the outset that I applaud what you have already achieved in Ghana with Galamsey advocacy. You can see some of the pictures that I'm including in this presentation of the work that you've done. But I also know that you have much further to go before you can claim success. So let's begin. And there is one of those wonderful pictures of the level of public support for ending Galamsey. So we begin with a question: what are the most effective ways to advocate for child health, and what does this mean for the campaign to stop Galamsey? So I'm going to start with 5 of the most effective pillars, if you like, for child health advocacy. These are tried and tested pillars that have worked in many, many settings over many, many years. Perhaps the most important is evidence-based messages. You just have to start with building credible local data, in this case showing the child health impact of galamsey, the effects on the achievement of national and international goals, and you use that data, that evidence, to craft a very convincing argument for urgent action. Number 2, you need to situate those messages in a very clear and compelling framework. So in this case, it would be an emotional appeal. Don't be frightened of emotional appeals. They are the most impactful. We're dealing with children here, so it's very, very easy to craft an emotional appeal about children's vulnerability. You need very simple, memorable messages, and of course, they need to be aligned with national health and development goals. Number 3, you need a very targeted policy focus. So you have to set out very specific, achievable goals. This is where a lot of campaigns lose momentum. There's just too many fragmented goals. You need very clear and simple asks to decision makers so they know exactly what you're asking them to do. And deadlines, always give deadlines for change. And it's good if these are linked to other broader national and international goals. You need to bring together a very diverse group of stakeholders, and you're already making great progress with the galamsey movement here. They have to be multi-sector, and don't just stick with national actors. You do need to bring in regional and international allies for the most successful outcomes. And your stakeholders, you can't be a fringe group on the sort of sidelines of society. You need to find influential actors who are insiders to support what you're doing. And finally, number 5, multi-channel media. You need to work, and you know this very well, you need consistent visibility through multiple channels. And there are many communication channels now that are available to advocates. We'll talk a little bit more later about what they are. Policymakers need to feel a constant pressure from the movement. And just to show you that success is possible, the Montreal Protocol, the campaign to protect the ozone layer, the little picture you see there on the right, one of the most effective campaigns of all time. It achieved all of its goals. It's called the Holy Trinity of Success. When you work globally, when a campaign works globally, permanently, and measurably. We know galamsey, illegal mining, is not just a problem in Ghana, it's a problem in many countries. So ultimately, you want to end the practice globally. So it is possible. Some campaigns have actually achieved these very ambitious goals, and it's good to sometimes study those to see how they did that. So for the rest of the presentation, we're going to break these 5 planks down one by one. So evidence-based messaging, what does this mean for the campaign to stop galamsey? It means that you'll have to collect absolutely rock-solid local data on the impact on child health, and you know this. There have been studies published. I've highlighted some of those with those screenshots. But what's really needed now, I think, is very, very local, very recent data on the impact of galamsey on child death, child disability, child malnutrition, developmental delays, school attendance, and even human fertility. So you as a pediatric society are well placed as trusted scientists to bring this research together and bring it into the public arena. It's not enough just to show the impact on children. You'll need to link this to how it's going to undermine or is undermining Ghana's health and economic goals. Ghana has a series of national health and economic goals, as you well know, and that galamsey is going to really inhibit Ghana's achievement of these goals. You can get economic analysis, forecast analysis to actually put some numbers on this, to how much galamsey will undermine the achievement of these goals. And then increased costs, the increased costs on the health and education system that the Ghanaian government and taxpayers will need to pay. So governments are particularly persuaded by cost messaging. So it's very important to have this. And together, this is what convinces decision makers that urgent action is the answer. So I'm just putting some language here just to underscore the kind of language you can be using. So galamsey's legacy is sick and dying children and a crippled nation if we don't act. This is the kind of dramatic language that can be used if you have the evidence to back it up. Second, clear and compelling framing. Once again, I've got the 3 underlined sentences are the big picture. You want to situate your messaging because it can get quite detailed, the messaging, the data, in very simple framing. So here I've suggested Galamsey is ruining our children, and you can have the data to show that. Galamsey is poisoning our country. This is where you elevate it to water issues, lower GDP, fertility issues, and then highlighting what's at stake. Galamsey is stealing our future. You really need to see if you can get all of those diverse actors on the same page around this framing. Ghana has a Vision 2057, so you clearly want to link Galamsey to undermining that. And there's often images. The one I've shown up here is from Indonesia, from a mining community in Indonesia of the congenital defects. Really sad pictures. You have to use these very, very carefully. But I do images that actually show the impact on children, the physical impact on children are very, very powerful. Targeted policy focus. Remember, this is where campaigns often fall apart because they just can't come up with a specific achievable goals that decision makers can take action on. So we know, and you know better than I, that Ghana has a lot of laws on the books about punishments for illegal mining. It's about implementing them. You have to decide what the goals are. I can't decide that for you. I don't have enough information, and you'll know. But they have to be achievable. They can't be general. The Stop Galamsey now is fine for a general movement, but you need to come underneath that with exactly what governments can do or should be doing. If you have laws on the book and they're not being enforced, they can be enforced. If there's a problem with alternative livelihoods for vulnerable communities, the government has to create alternative livelihoods, and you have to pressure them to do that. So the people currently making money from Galamsey have other ways of making money. Ban mining in forest reserves. You know, some of these very, very concrete messages about banning mining can be very clear. Cleaning up polluted rivers, if there's ways and you have agencies like the EPA to do that. Prosecuting illegal miners. These are very clear asks. Revoking permits for companies linked to illegal mining. All of these things are the kind of asks you can measure, you can count up, you know, how many permits have been revoked, and put that into the public arena. And of course, deadlines as well, linked to agreed goals. I don't know whether you could ever have independent royal commissions with public hearings around Galamsey, if that's ever been tried, parliamentary committee hearings, and I've left an open dot point there. There's other things, I'm sure, other mechanisms in Ghana that you can use to elevate this on the public stage. Many other countries have used independent royal commissions, which are typically run by the judiciary at arm's length from government, very, very successfully. If that's not possible, parliamentary committee hearings where you have people come in and give testimony, which is televised, can also be very, very effective. But you need to come up with very specific asks like that. Diverse stakeholders. I think you've done a brilliant job at this already. You can just look at the media to see how many different groups are now mobilising in Ghana around this ending Galamsey. I've put a couple of the different groups and what they've published as pictures there. But I still think you could do a better job of aligning everyone so that what looks like a quite fragmented group of actors comes together with a formidable force. Now, the question is always, who is going to be the central hub in that wheel? And I think that's always difficult territory with a broad coalition. Who's going to be the responsible central party for bringing everyone together and keeping them together? I'm not sure it's the Pediatric Society, but it may be. But certainly, I think there needs to be a central actor to bring, or group of actors to bring everyone together so that everyone's marching to the same drum. I think you could do a better job of bringing some of the international actors in. I've listed some of them there. At the moment, it's very much a national effort. I think you could build bridges with international groups. UNICEF's obviously involved, but there are others that would be very, I think, interested in coming in and supporting your effort and indeed turning this into more of a global movement, because as I said before, many other countries are struggling with illegal gold mining. Compelling activities. Once again, you're doing a brilliant job of this. I put some of the great, brave investigative journalists in Ghana who have stepped up. You have some amazing international partners who've covered this, National Geographic, Pulitzer Center. There's some very big mainstream media outlets that have covered this. You need to keep going with this and just keep using all of your multi-channel media. One thing I would say is I haven't seen enough of the child health arguments against galamsey covered on these international and national media platforms. So I think once you come up with your evidence, your local child health data, you really need to feed it through all of these extraordinary multimedia channels, because I see more arguments, frankly, on the environmental impact, the economic impact of galamsey, not enough on the children. So I think there's a huge opportunity for the Pediatric Society to lead there and to bring those arguments center stage. It means you'll need to bring families, mothers, even children who can speak for themselves if they're old enough. I really encourage you to work with child health advocates and bring that body, that side of the galamsey equation more into the public, into these multimedia channels that you've been so successful at penetrating. So learning from other countries is also something you can do. I just listed here some of the other countries that have been more successful, I think, at cracking down on illegal mining. And I would start with Peru. I've highlighted Operation Mercury in Peru. I don't know whether as a pediatric society you would ever do visits to some of these places, fact-finding missions to learn exactly how they did it. But there have been success stories that you could learn from. And I've listed a few of them here. They're all over the world. But there's no reason you have to rewrite a lot of the successful activities here. You can build on what other countries have done. Of course, every country is different. Every government is different. But this practice is so insidious and so destructive anywhere it puts down its roots. I think it would be helpful to you, and also so you wouldn't feel so alone and isolated, to come together with some of these other national actors to build on what they did. Finally, I just wanted to summarize the ingredients of successful advocacy and just leave you with 5 messages. It all begins with the quality of your documentation and evidence. So start there and try and assemble the most powerful collection of evidence on what galamsey does to children that has ever been assembled at national level. And I assure you, if you do that, you won't only get national attention, but international attention for that body of evidence. So please focus on that. If support is needed to do that, because that can be a very expensive undertaking, I'm sure there are also international actors who you could contact if you were looking for additional support. The level of trust in the campaign spokespeople, the people that are sharing that evidence, is fundamental. But you have an advantage there as a group of pediatricians. I'm sure you've seen the surveys of who are the most trusted people in societies, and pediatricians and clinicians are still at the top. So of all the people to bring messages to communities, pediatricians, doctors, nurses as well are still the most trusted. So you need to leverage that extraordinary trust that people still have in you. The breadth and depth of the coalition, you don't only need wide coalitions, but they need to go deep. So you have really the ingredients here for success in Ghana. I just feel you need to do more to bring everybody together, to coalesce around a set of messages, and to bring elevate the child health impact higher in the current coalition. Number 4, clarity of policy ask. Please work hard to get everyone to be very, very specific in what they're asking governments to do. The more fragmented your message, the more governments can slip through and ignore it. But if you have thousands of people asking for the 3 same things, you can move mountains. And finally, saturation of campaign messages. Everywhere decision makers turn, they have to be hit with a galamsey message. Whether they're looking at a podcast, reading a newspaper, looking at their X feed, sitting around the dinner table with their children at home from university, they need to be inundated with messages that this has to stop and this is how to stop it from every angle in society. Consistently saturate. That's the message. So let me stop there and leave you to it. I commend you on what you've done so far. It truly is an extraordinary amount of passion and commitment from Ghana advocates. We see it internationally. You only have to search Ghana galamsey on any Google search tool or any other tool, and you see the extraordinary work that you've done so far. But I know you have a lot further to go to end this insidious practice. I commend you. I wish you all the very best. And of course, don't hesitate to reach out if there's a bridge I can provide or Every Breath Counts can provide to the global community to help you be more successful. We will absolutely do so. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you today, and I wish you a successful annual general meeting. Thank you very much.
Specific and actionable, so we can do it, we'll get there. Yeah. So please, thank you all. I'm sure we're all hungry, ready to stretch, ready to move. So we'll invite you to come up for our, or where are we doing our photo? Who wants to do our photo? So we'll invite everyone to come up. We'll take our group photo and then we'll all go out and go to lunch. And then after the photos, we'll share the coupons for the lunch. Yeah. So thank you all again. Yes, thank you.
Please don't leave your flags or any valuable. Please go with how many people you can go over. So then if you go one of these, please put it on. Thank you. So let's do this quickly so that we can go for lunch and come back. We have we've talked a lot, partners, and that will come after lunch. Partners, okay. The panel discussion. Please start moving so that we can.
Well, how do you sit at the front of the panel? We'll do the same thing. Right, we'll bring my, we'll have you sit at the front, and I put the panel right in the front, so we can go. And then it's supposed to really have. Dr. SDG. You're here, you're a panel. So please come and then Brianna. The whole, Brianna. Thank you. Another one.
No lines. Did lines here.
Move forward.
How are you doing?
Can you see my face?
Joyce, come and join. Come and join.
If you're a journalist, you can join. Unless you don't agree with what we are doing. Yes. So maybe those in front can cross the so that they are very serious. Yes, you look very serious. No smiles. No smiles. I'm trying. You're not here, they're not on those minutes. So with your permission, your kind permission, we are not going out for lunch now. Let's give them another few minutes to come to us and then we go out for lunch. If we are to say yes, thank you.
So sorry. Thank you for patience. Let's 2 minutes out. Good afternoon, good afternoon. I think it's an honor, stand before you. Just to add 1 or 2 words, what has already been said. I think you've said a lot. And someone will say a word to a wise is enough. Yeah, as a traditional woman, I have to add something small. Because the fight which we are in now, there's a need for us traditional leaders to join in the fight. Years ago, I ascended to the throne for 20 years now. And before you become a traditional ruler, you're going to confine it. Over there, we have elders who advise you how to protect whatever belongs to the soul. But it seems nowadays, politicians have taken over the soul. So if when you are a traditional ruler and you are being manipulated by a politician, there's less you can do. What is going on? Everybody's away. But there are some of the chiefs who are ascended to the truth through the powers of politicians. They are not eligible to be on the seat, but because of money, they manipulated their way out and they found themselves on the street. As such, whatever the politician would say, you have to follow it. because of poverty. The actual people who should be understood, they cannot go on it. And people from nowhere, they will just see the paramount chief with the influence of some ministers, and then you'll be put in. Such a person will come and mess up things. Because the thing that not belong to him, something that belongs to you, you have to take very care of it. And something that was, you just found your ways and means of grabbing it. You just handle it anyhow. If it's on a good route to take it, if it's back, that's the end of it. And nothing happens to it. Because you are not the rightful occupant of that street. And these are some of the things we are facing as traditional women. When you talk, especially with the women, they say you don't respect. Say you don't respect. Your voice cannot go far. You cannot complain to anybody. If you take them to court, there are judges as going to say who are already there to take out of those problems. If you see that you are funny or you are wasting your time, you only leave and you can stay somewhere. We have also some chiefs who are stomach chiefs. They are only there just to eat, but not to protect anyone. I always tell you in the book of Proverbs, it says, show me a righteous king, and I will show you a happy king. They don't understand it. When your people are happy, you have less to do as a traditional ruler. But when you live in a situation where the whole town is crying, people are sick, children are going astray, you don't know what to do. Look at our environment. I am coming from Adam. We are lucky to have, I am the division premier of the Tekebia where we are the owners of the summer land. There have been so many confusions like this. We are here to find out. Because it's an ancestral property. We have deities all over. So people cannot change our culture. As a tradition, we should know what it meant by keeping things for the truth. Things that you can give out for somebody to when pay royalties and on it base. So if things are happening like that, then these are some of the things that we are here to come out by God's grace. So in fact, as we have said a lot, I have nothing to say. Is we have to tighten our heads. And honestly, I'm glad to be here. I'm not glad that Nana is sick, so that I've come to take it. Just so we do the same thing. Some of us have been trained by the health services. We were trained in by the IPAD, the health services, and then other stakeholders. So it seems the poverty standard of our situation is what is funny on all these things. Look at a chief, a traditional where you will be in your community, and the students say a Chinese mom will come and hide in your forest reserve, and you are so knowledge about it. Forest reserve. Even I, being a traditional ruler, if I would be scared to go into a forest reserve, but they are there, they have put up their hands, and they are eating, they are going and doing everything. And the chief would say, he has no idea the Chinese people are hiding in that forest. Let us pray for our country. And we are praying. It should be okay. It's already okay. So I have nothing to say. I think you've said everything. And on this note, I only pray that the organization will go well. And whatever we are planning here, I will not sit on it. I will go back to wherever I'm coming from. When things are happening, they should stand up as men and women. On the Farmers' Day, there was a program at Agsm by some leaders from all the African countries. And they were talking about how to eradicate malaria in Ghana. In fact, I asked them, how do we eradicate there in Ghana. One stream, we are back it. Our cattle are feeding on it. We tried the same thing to go and cook. How you do get malaria. Our cattle are choked. When it rains in the market, the women will sit in the water from morning to evening, and they will buy food and eat there, do everything inside. We have a long way to go. That's my prayer as a tradition. We are counting on the Almighty God. Whatever has a beginning has an end. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We're so deeply honored. We have a gift. Want you to come in?
Okay, so there was supposed to be a short presentation, as we can see over here. If our cameraman to do that, yes, so that we can do a short presentation. We can't wait for the next time. But we wanted to know that we really appreciate her presence here. It means a lot to the society, and we'll be calling on her and all her leaders to help us in this fight. So thank you, Nana. So let's not stop till Nana gets to her seat.
So you're all invited to lunch. Thank you so much. And I see you back here at 3. Let's make it 3. So we. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. It's sad. I know how I you. From there, got the whole like guys and. Usually this one, it's so not you. Person just and it's all balance. It's not the physical bond and the time. Your time for yeah. So let me try. Yeah. And have all. I'm just going to rush to try and find out. So let me grab the books and I'll come and find you. Thank you. Okay. But that would be 3 o'clock. The rest of the people on my way. I don't move from the time. So then you have to go after that. Yeah, please go ahead. Triderm Pharmaceuticals, and I did it here representing Triderm Pharmaceuticals to come and tell us a little bit about the product. We're so grateful for you sponsoring us.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back from lunch.
Oh, standing.
Alright, so my name is Isaac, so I'm a pharmacist at the medical rep with Film Pharma. And something depends on whether you are primary English, French. Alright, so I want to so I understand I have to be seen. I only stand here in church. Yeah. All right. So we as a company, we are primarily biased towards malaria, right? So we are the innovators of isoniazid injection. So it was the glutamate before it became artisan, and now Agsm, which is the two components package. And then we also have our anti-malaria oral drug, which is dihydroartemisinin piperaquine. So that's a one day using anti-malaria just once a day. All right. And we have a Felix strength, which is the D40 and the D20. And then we have the adults, which is the D60 and then the D80. All right. And then we also have this antispasmodic. It's called Flow-G or Flow-Glucimol. And it's the only antispasmodic currently that can be used in kids as low as 2 years. Kids as low as 2 years. So one of your colleagues today mentioned something interesting to what I think we should mention. Yes, so she mentioned mesenteric lymphadenitis. Yes, and that she uses Flow-G in that condition. All right, so I'm just mentioning it. I'm not like verifying the information and all that, but just reiterating what one of your colleagues mentioned to us earlier today.
So when you check the file they sent, the Trident one, then download it.
Is that it?
I think that on it.
Okay, so I mean, I was
This coming. This is what
so
so I think they renamed it by mistake. So you have to send it to me. If you
yeah, I'll try it. So I want to primarily focus on probiotics and its use in acute infectious diarrhea and for gut dysbiosis. All right, so we know that we have quite a number of probiotics on the market, a lot, from the bacterial-based ones to the yeast-based ones. We have some in the drug category, some in the supplement category. All right. Now, the conversation when it comes specifically to diarrhea is you have different forms of diarrhea, and over time you've seen a lot of anti-diarrheal agents from the loperamides, I mean, a lot, and they act at different pathways. Please a second. Yeah, so we've seen a lot of anti-diarrheal agents. So where does bioflow, which is mine, bioflow come in? So starting with infectious diarrhea, for the most part, we see antibiotics being used for infectious diarrhea, which I mean, rightly so. But the challenge is that some of the antibiotics can also predispose the patient to diarrhea. True, of course. I mean, we have Cipro, Clindamycin, they predispose patients to diarrhea. So in the process of treating the patient for diarrhea, we could actually still get antibiotic-associated diarrhea. So we may want to start looking away from antibiotics for infectious diarrhea if there is an alternative that would treat that infection without the antibiotic. And that's what I want to basically talk about for bioflow. So if you take the organism, it's Saccharomyces boulardii. That's the organism. It's yeast-based, Saccharomyces boulardii, with a specific strain, which is CNCF I745. And I will explain why I'm mentioning the strain. But bioflow comes, or the organism comes with a monospore, a monocell wall, and it has two advantages. It's able to bind to the toxins of the bacteria,
Because I've seen instances where we are managing a patient with, let's say, metronidazole, diarrhea in the hospital, and then for like 7 days, sometimes even beyond, the patient is still having the diarrhea. What happens in those cases is mostly the patient has ingested the toxin of the bacteria, not the bacteria itself, or they have ingested the bacteria and the bacteria infection is gone, but the toxin is still present, and the toxin can still cause diarrhea. So it means that if you give the antibiotic, yes, it would take care of the infection, but the toxin is still present in the system, which is causing the diarrhea. So what the bioflow does is that the mouse wall is able to attach itself to the toxins, and then it passes out to the stool. Now, with respect to the organism itself, bioflow is able to attach itself to the gut tight junctions. So the organisms are not able to penetrate. So it also prevents, or let's say it treats acute infectious diarrhea. So it's not just probiotic when you have gut dysbiosis, like that's part of the conversation, but not the entire conversation. They can manage acute infectious diarrhea. And then we'll look at the studies. And can you go back just so I make sure I don't miss any important detail? Okay, so just stay here for me. Last 2 years, I was at the conference in Home, and then I spoke about bioflow. At the time, there were quite fragmented opinions about probiotics in general for diarrhea. But then we live in, or let's say we practice evidence-based medicine. Now, on this slide, we see that where I've highlighted, that's from the American Academy of Family Physicians. And they mentioned that there is high quality evidence that probiotics are effective for acute infectious diarrhea, antibiotic-associated diarrhea, CD4-associated diarrhea, hepatic encephalopathy, ulcerative colitis, and then a whole lot. But then I was also making a case that, yes, so they said this, which is true, but then how do we even choose the probiotic? Because we still have a lot to deal with in our heads as professionals. So in 2018, there was a meta-analysis done, and the aim was to assess the efficacy of probiotics being strain dependent and disease specific. So I did mention earlier on that bioflow comes with a particular strain, because the benefit of any probiotic is not only on the genus and the species, it's the strain designation that gives it that benefit. All right. And what they found out is that the efficacy of probiotics are dependent on the strain. So you need to know exactly what type you are prescribing. Because if you deal with probiotics in general, then someone says that, okay, my patients can take the yogurt. Yes, that's true. But if you look at the WHO definition for probiotics, which are like microorganisms, which are given in adequate amounts, confers health benefits to the host, then how much of that yogurt is adequate? Like, can we clinically measure that? Probably not. And if a patient has diarrhea, probably that's not the time you want to prescribe yogurt for the person. Maybe routinely it helps, but I think when a patient is sick, I don't think any of us would want to take that route. So I want to introduce to our brand officially. It's called BioFlow. That is the brand, and it's the innovator of the Saccharomyces boulardii family. All right, so it's S. boulardii CNCM I745 next. So I was speaking about its role in diarrhea, and number one, it has antibacterial activity. That's by binding to the toxins and also the bacteria itself. And then it also is able to stimulate immune response and reduce inflammation. So there's a whole lot of benefits when it comes to bioflow. Now, the other form of diarrhea that we need to tackle is the one from antibiotic use. We prescribe antibiotics, rightly so. All right. So sometimes the patient comes down with colitis or pseudomembranous colitis from the antibiotic therapy. And so we need to also protect them, particularly in children, because we've seen that children long term, if you don't protect their gut, they're likely to come down with issues like asthma and Crohn's disease. Like there's studies relating to, studies linking early stage dysbiosis to long-term effects like asthma and then Crohn's disease. Yeah, that's good. All right, so what I want to show you on this slide is, if you look at the top part, we have the various antibiotic groups. And then on the left, you have the various probiotic groups, and these are all mostly bacterial based. So any green spot you see means that that antibiotic is clearing the probiotic. Because if you think about it, the probiotic, most of them are made from bacteria. Our antibiotics are essentially antibacterials. So you put them in the same space, then of course you break it down. So that's why most of us would recommend to patients that when you start your antibiotic, let's say amoxicillin, for example, for 14 days or 7 days, if you add a probiotic, you tell the patient to wait when they are done, then they start the probiotic. Or you may want to intersperse it. Any of them is fine. But then if you are going to wait till the patient is done, and let's assume that it's not even an assumption, it's the fact. Colitis can occur even on day 2. So should we wait for all the 7 days or 10 days or 14 days to finish treating the patient of the infection before we tackle the colitis that resulted from the antibiotic therapy? Not exactly. So that's why for us, we are dealing with a yeast-based probiotic. Because it's yeast-based, antibiotics do not have any activity against it. They cannot break it down. So co-application of the bioflow and your antibiotics is possible. So you start your amoxicillin, you're clindamycin day 1, or let me say times 0. You start your bioflow to times 0. Please, are we following? Okay, next. So we also have recommendations because I mentioned that we deal with evidence-based medicine. This morning, I was in a meeting. We have more evidence, but of course, so I have the green light. I cannot share them. But what we have, bioflow is used in antibiotic acid diarrhea. We have strong evidence for them. H. pylori. Now, with that, it is not used to treat H. pylori. But in treating H. pylori, the standard is we are likely to prescribe at least 2 antibiotics for the patient. The risk of colitis is even higher for these kinds of patients. So that's one. So we want to give the bioflow as adjunct to reduce the GI side effects in H. pylori. The second thing is that we also have we have studies where the bioflow is able to improve the treatment rate for the H. pylori patients. All right, so it is not itself treating, but by adding it, we see improvement in the Helicobacter pylori eradication. And then lastly, I'm really speaking about the acute diarrhea. So adults, I wouldn't focus on that. So in summarizing, we just want to look at the therapeutic indication, which I've mentioned throughout my presentation. We have acute infectious diarrhea and non-infectious diarrhea as well. And we have antibiotic-associated diarrhea and colitis. We have as adjuncts in H. pylori eradication to reduce the GI side effects, and tube feeding associated diarrhea, IBS. And then we can also add it to vancomycin or metronidazole to prevent the recurrence of C. difficile infections. So it's like, all right, so in the pediatric population, if you are given, so for anyone below the age of 12, if you are giving bioflow, typically we do 1 a day. 1 daily. It comes as powdered formulation. So this is it. So we'll just pass a few parts around. You can share around the table. I won't do a little exercise because sometimes, kids or home medicine, the medicines have to taste a little nice for them to tolerate it. So so we are going to have some volunteers amongst us, all right, to at least taste the bioflow for us and then give us feedback. This is a few. This is the view. We do have the capsule form for those who don't want to taste medicines. Right? But because it's pediatric conference, I decided to focus more on the sachet. Okay, so just to reiterate what I mentioned earlier on about the company, we have the Agsm, which is our accelerated injection, the innovator brand, which for those in the public hospitals, initially you had Artisan, but now the Global Malaria Fund has changed it. It changed first on the private market. Now it hits the public market too. So this year you'll be getting Agsm injection. It's still the same molecule. The only difference is that now you don't have to do the bicarbonate and the sodium chloride. You just have the powder and a diluent, single one, that's all. So then this is it's much easier. And the other advantage is that we don't have to have 2 different strengths for different routes. You know, first, if you do like the one for the IV, and then you can't find it, you have to discard and then reconstitute. This time it's the same concentration for IV and IM. So if you can't find a line, you can easily just give the IM at the same dose. So we at least save some cost. Okay, please, has anyone tasted? Oh. Okay, yes. So please.
Only one. Not, not very sweet, yes. I was expecting like because it's not supposed to be sweet, it's medicine. All right, but the point is it tolerable? No, is it tolerable? That's the point, is it? Yeah. Compared to like, because students take azithromycin suspension, you've tasted it before, you know what I'm saying. Like this and that, like miles apart. All right, so thank you very much for giving us the time. We always only so yeah, and the good we want to make sure that everyone has a sample of the bioflow, the BRTF. So please, if you haven't had some, you can always pass by our booth. All right, thank you.
Well, without further ado, then we will move forward to the afternoon's panel discussion. And the name of the panel discussion is "The Evidence is Converging," although I think we could say that the evidence is clear on the child harm related to Gansey requires action beyond environmental control. It requires action now. I'm pleased to invite Dr. Jacqueline Jampoma. Chair of the Brown Council meeting. Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much. Okay. Father Joseph Kwame Clay of the Water Fire Management Convention. So we have a vote. And then also Brianna Adobie, Owusu Ado. Oh, and you're warmly welcome. And I will hand over the mic to Erastus Asari Donko. Oh, he was here. Oh no. I'll be right back. So please wait with us just a minute. You're not on. But we have to have Erasmus because he's really wonderful in this regard. Thank you for your patience. Mr. Taylor, always looks loud. Very sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we need to introduce everyone again.
Yeah.
I have.
But I have to run for something, so I'm panting. Anyway, good afternoon once again. And this afternoon we've learned quite a lot. In fact, we have all the evidence which suggests that Galamsey is actually harming our children. Not our children alone, our women. And I had this notion when I was covering and preparing for my documentary, Poison for Gold. I saw a woman who was pregnant and he was deep within the mud doing the sleep. And so what came into my mind is that we have a child who is going to be born from the Galamsey field. When that child is born, soon as he or she starts crawling, he's going to crawl at the Galamsey side because the mom will take care of him to the Galamsey side. And then he will grow there. Probably if he's lucky, he will go to school and come back to work in the Galamsey side. So gradually we are giving birth to a generation that will only know Galamsey. And that's the sad reality that we have. So this afternoon, we have all the evidence. The question is, Galamsey requires action beyond environmental control. How do we do that? And with me to do justice to this conversation, Dr. Jacqueline Japoma Sibe is a pediatrician. And thank you very much for joining us. Father Joseph Kwame Blay is with the Catholic Diocese, and Father Blay has done quite a lot of work within Jema, his community. And I tell you, that's the only community I've seen with steam waters. Very clear, they even have crabs. Yes, and you can get quality food from his community. And this afternoon, I want him to share how he's able to bring the people in that community together towards a common cause of preserving that environment. And they are surrounded by Galamsey polluted rivers. All the other communities have destroyed their lands. They are the only standing few. And then I have Nana Awu Kusi Otino. Oh, she's not with us this afternoon. Okay. So I have Brianna Adubia Owusuadu, who is a poet, and she's a young person. Brianna, you're welcome. Let me start with you. As a young person, seeing that I'm saying devastate our lands, all our rivers, that's not what you were told back in school that our land would be. How do you feel?
It's deeply frustrating that our water bodies are being polluted in this manner. And the scaring fact is that the heavy metals don't hide in the bowls of our seas, but then they go as far as into our homes, into our kitchens, and then they end up destroying our children, our families. It's quite devastating, but we are the future of the nation. Starting today, we are going to do whatever thing, first with knowledge, which is our power. Then we go out, take action, and then we believe that sooner or later, we'll see change in our country. Thank you.
I feel positive already. I'm thinking out. Father, Your community stands out. In fact, you are surrounded by Galamsey. How did you do it?
Thank you. Just rightly as you are saying, my community is located, just to give briefly, along the Elubo NG Road. It's currently being under construction. It was awarded in council and now newly awarded. And that is 72 kilometers from Elubo to NG. And along it, I have counted 15 communities along that, apart from those that are a little hidden inside. If you put all together, it's about 21 communities. And as I speak, my community is the only one, which number is about 15,000 according to the last automated census. So 15,000 people. We are the only one that hasn't given in to Galamsey. And recently, I launched a program, so we're going to do environmental auditing just to know how many rivers that we have. And last time we counted, we got over 50 rivers and streams. Now, of this, we have two main rivers, they are big rivers, and that is the Tano. You know, Tano is the longest river from the geography I learned. It's the longest river that takes its source within Ghana. So that makes the second longest river in Ghana. And it starts all the way from the Bono and it empties itself into the Abu Lagoon in Agsm. And the Tano is contaminated from the Bono all the way down. So nobody can use the Tano. He has been on it in several ways. And then we also have another big river, which at least in our side is the biggest tributary of the Tano River. That is called the Boyne. So we have the Boyne Tano Forest Reserve that gives you. So the Boyne also takes its source from Cote d'Ivoire. So these two rivers, because we are not the only people staying around it, they are condemned. But the rivers and streams within Jima, they are pristine. In 2 years ago, I organized people, including myself and those Jima people outside Jima, that is nationally and then also those international, called the diaspora. We formed what we call the Jima Anti-Galamsey Advocacy. It's well registered as a CSO. We registered it at the district council. So we have all the documentation. So what we did with the Jima Anti-Galamsey, we make sure that this thing doesn't happen. Now, what does we just go back? He asked, how did I do it? How did we reach this point? We've done this for 10 good years now. I remember the first time I saw two boys, their body was smeared with mud. Then I called them, that was 2015. I called them, my friends, what is this mud around you? They said, oh, Father, we have found something. We are going to see if we can get this growth here. I said, what? You want me to die young? I don't want to see you getting this problem. So I went to the pit, in fact, but not because of this, but there was a miracle that happened. So I went to the pit, and then we saw they are back into the forest. So immediately I wrote a query letter to the forestry officer that said, my friend, you are wasting state resources. We pay you to supervise the forest that nobody encourages. How come you pass here every day? There are these two big holes. So I queried him, sent a copy to the superiors. Then he came back begging, Father, please, we are going to make sure that they close it up. And on 6th or 8th of June, there was that heavy flood that caused the havoc in Accra. With that flood, it was a miracle. We didn't know where it happened. There was a big mound of soil from nowhere, went and filled that hole, the two holes. And then a very big boulder, stone, also covered it on top. So that put fight in the people. Yeah. So then they stopped at a point. Then that time we were in the district chief executive called me. Oh, we heard that you are stopping the boy. The boy said they will not give up, and so you are going to cause confusion in the community. So my friend, are you sure?
oh, we sent the ban and the ban was announced, nothing happened. That's okay. Now, you are a Ghanaian, I'm a Ghanaian. How many Ghanaians will read A4 letter with printed with 12 fonts without any picture on it? When you are passing by, do you read it? He said, no. I said, when you do this to a rural community, are you serving all of them or not? Now, if you say that you send the ban and then nobody objected, come again, I will be there. You will be there. Tell them all the good things you are bringing. I will tell you all the bad things you are bringing. So that stopped him, and then that suspended the whole thing. Then way back at the forward, just to summarize a little, in 2019, this was 2015. 2016, I was called to Rome to work there. I stayed for the last 7-8 years. I came back in 2023. So when I went, they thought all was over. So they tried this time to pass through the normal means. So they brought their their application. So when you bring the application, the committee has 21 days to accept or not to accept. So when I got to know of it, I said, now you wait. So I read it and I wrote objection, and then I brought the objection, passed it through the assembly, and then the committee didn't sign. So just to summarize, we have rejected about 3-4 applications. One was DSO mining, this and this mining. So anytime that they bring, we try. Then finally, we said, okay, now let's bring all the committee together. So once they came, they wanted to come again. Now passing through the community, 2019, I was still in Rome. So they thought that without me, they have seen and settled the elders. Unfortunately for them, I was coming for leave. So when I heard that this is what they were doing, I said, now tell them, I want to engage them in the community debate, the public debate. So I organized the people, about 1,000 people. So we got it. And then I was coming with the Act 703. I was coming with some of the legislative instruments I know, and the Constitution. So I said, now you tell them all the good things that you have to offer, and I will tell you. So then they said, blah, blah, blah. So now look at the Constitution. If you don't even have that money to come and then establish a medium scale mining. And then besides, all the dangers that you are going to bring to the people, have you told them? Now, all the towns that are doing the Galamsey, tell me which one is more prosperous than Jima. So then I threw to the people, do you like it? Women, no. Children, no. Elders, no. Nana, you are the chief. So, well, when I was reading to say whatever the people like is what I should say. So if the people are saying no, I also say no. And that's it. So that has been the sequence.
Yeah. So you've been able to I understand it will be difficult, it will not be as easy as you're saying it. Definitely there will be backlash and others. I'll come back to you to find out how you dealt with that and how you've been able to rally all the chiefs along even when others have failed. But let me speak to you, Doc. Share your consulting room experience with me. What are the most common health issues you've treated with children from Galamsey affected?
Thank you so much. I think we see lots of conditions, but we don't really put our mind to it. And today's lectures have been revealing. So I think it's one of the thoughts that I believe a pediatric society can protect. And we have a pattern of conditions that we see in children, and probably we have not linked into the Galamsey, but seeing the pictures you showed, looking back, I can tell that there are lots of abnormalities we've seen, but we didn't really go back to check. Were these mothers from these sides? So I believe we can see them on daily basis. So the babies with abnormalities, we see babies with asthma and those things we've never really. But I believe it's an opportunity for advocacy and even for research that if we see babies with abnormalities, we can just get a form, every hospital link, go back to the history and so that we can even gather more data. These abnormalities within this so that we even get more data. We see, but we've never linked it to this. And this education is really been revealing. So I believe we all see, but we have not linked. But it's a point to actually now start and then be sure that any abnormality we see, we go back and see the link to a mother coming from the Galamsey side. But the abnormalities we see a lot of.
Which one of them struck you?
And I think it's more the abnormalities. the babies with the abnormalities, like abnormal findings and this. We see a lot back. And we take the history, but we have never read it. But today, listening to it, I have taken a decision over there. I will start collecting data. Every abnormality I see, I will want to go and see if it's linked to a mother coming from the C-section. So I think it's an opportunity to get more. And that is what pediatric society, we do very well. We do very well. And we can really do that so that we even get more evidence to show to the public.
What would you advise policymakers beyond enforcement, beyond what we are doing already, sending soldiers after the boys and all that? What would be your advice to policymakers as a solution going forward?
Thank you very much. I think we need more stakeholder involvement. I think with what Father was sharing, I think it was a big stakeholder meeting to gather everybody, the community, the leaders to talk to. And I believe the society can channel this because we have done it before. I look back to 5 or 6 years ago when we saw that newborn babies were dying from other conditions. We did lots of engagements, even including advocating newborn champions. So we had queen mothers, fathers, who after imams advocating and it's really made an impact. I mean, one thing even comes to mind. We chose a month in the year, May, that we talked about religions. I'm thinking, why can't we choose a month and talk about environmental health and make noise? And in that month, from 1st to 30th, we have messages that we flag everywhere. So I believe it's a point we need to write down. We have to choose a month for environmental and start. And then we need to do a bigger engagement. And I believe we can start with the community leads. So the imam with the communities, the queen mothers, because as now we still have women. We call them newborn champions. Yes, and it's imams, religious leaders, queen mothers, anybody, assemblymen in the community. And they have done a lot for us, working with them. Because what I realized, and when we help workers give them message, sometimes it becomes too routine for the people. But one of my champions was a reverend father. After he gives a sermon, then he gives a message on newborns. And it was really, really exciting to the church members that it's from a father. They will do blocks, queen mothers. So I believe we need a bigger stakeholder meeting. And I believe pediatric society are more than equal. So a bigger stakeholder. And then we call them environmental health champions that will empower them to go to the communities to speak on our behalf. Or we even go with them together. As they talk, we also talk. Because I see that sometimes I may say are too routine for the people. But when they hear from their community leaders, it sounds different. It's the same message, but I see that it sounds different. Thank you.
Thank you. I think and I can't imagine my doctor, the one who takes care of my children, coming to the community and telling me that what I'm doing in the community affects my child. Think about it. It will hold so much water and it will help us to be able to convince people at the local level that whatever we are doing indeed is affecting us and they have to do something about it. I will tell me, you have many of your peers here, young people, you see, they are listening to you. What is the role of young people in solving this problem?
I believe we, the children, also have a role to play. And that role is to study more, to go into deeper researches of what the elders are doing to our waters. Because if our grandparents and our parents have no idea that those galamsey pits they left in the villages are causing these harms, then it is up to us who have been exposed to knowledge, to study more, to learn more, to find out more about what is actually causing the crisis we are facing today. And if we learn more, no matter how small or no matter how young we are, I believe that since knowledge is power, And because we know, we can educate our peers, we can educate our parents, we can educate society on the wrong thing that the big people are doing. Because looking into it, it is not just the poor people or the unemployed that are doing mining for a living. We see that some governmental authorities also involved. And that is why we are not seeing any change. If our leaders won't do it, then we the children will. If they won't take action, then we will. And I believe that since we don't really have such a loud voice, we are going to study. We are going to load ourselves with knowledge so that when it's time for us to step out, our voice echoes in their ears and we take change or steps immediately. Thank you.
Now, since can see, exuberance in them. Yes, yes, and many of you use social media for playing purposes. This is one of the tools that you can use to also share and spread your voice towards such a major health issue that we are all dealing with. But many times I've heard people say the chiefs are involved. And in fact, from my experience, there is so much gold in Ghana. But the chief says, no, we are not mining it. So there is no guarantee in Ghana. There is so much gold in Mambo. The late chief said, no, we are not mining it. Even when I had to tell the Minerals Commission that if you have given licenses to anybody, take it back. But we are not allowing it. What is the level of involvement, Father, in your experience fighting this in Jema? What is the level of involvement in traditional authorities, especially opinion leaders at the local level? Share that to me at the back of it, looking at the resistance that you face.
Yeah, thank you very much. I 100% agree with you that the chiefs are involved. So when they say that we are not involved, maybe yes, but they know I will give them about 30%. I did my field research, I did my PhD in a phenomenological study of artisanal and small-scale mining in Ghana. Is it poverty mitigation or poverty aggravation? And I did a field research in one of the hub of Galamsey at Wasanyiwa. I don't know if you are from there. The Ankogra passes here, this Wasamante. Yeah, so the Ankogra passes there. Yeah, so you have the river, you have the forest, you have the everything. When I was growing, there was a small cocoa farm getting to Jaka. Is this Jaka? Yeah. That time they were taking under. The next time I came, they have sold it. Anyway, so just to back to the question. So the chief one, where I would say that no 30%. At Siawa, I met the elders. Normally I tried to engage them. So I engaged them, and then the Queen Mother was there, but the other elders said, Father, what you are saying is true. But then sometimes we're here, they bring a letter signed by the Mineral Commission, and then see, so if somebody can sit in Accra, mention a name, so I come from Iyawa, my uncle is this and that. The Mineral Commission will not come to do the inspection, the Environmental Commission will not come. So you'll be there, they brought a letter, this from Accra, they are shaking. So this is my concession, they will. So that is the 30%. But the 70%, they are always involved because the Ghana law says that even when the government is coming to mine at a place, they need the permission or the custodians of the land, except when there's a heavy deposit where the government can take the land by force. Yeah, it is also part in the Land Act. So to some extent, to a larger extent, they are involved. I give again my practical experience. When I started, I did not want to concentrate only on Jema. So before you reach Jema from Elubo, the first town is Asemkro. Then after Asemkro, there is Nkakai. Then you come to Jema. Then the next town is called Wensu. I visited all of these, even on Mampe, because when I started in 2019, when I did my first field work at Aguna Amenfi, it is also another good area. Yeah, they have mine. I schooled a little at Ankasia. And those days that when I was about 75 or so, we used to walk from Aguna to Ankasia 4 kilometers. Now they have raised everything down. So I did that research, and then I wanted to tell my people that this is what is coming. In 2019, the Lusware was all clean. The other day I met them, I said, now 6 years, look at what we have done. So I went to all these chiefs, but probably because I'm not indigenous there and I'm not stable there, I didn't get the youth to rally. And then over in those communities, the elders collected the money. So when it's like that, they are divided. So I always tell them, as a priest, one of my principles is also non-violence. Yeah. So far, Jema, we have arrested people, we have done that. Nobody can claim that we have slapped. It's always non-violence. So the chiefs are involved. So all those areas, I take everything. I think room, we even arrested some people. We returned a excavator. They managed and went around. Now they have destroyed the place. I went the other day, so we have to go and then appeal. You know, they still believe in this spiritual power. So maybe we have sinned against Father. So we have to go and Father will pray for us. Well, I tried to stop the evil. You didn't stop the night that can't pay for it. Yeah. So the chiefs have resisted. Thanks be to God, the Jema, the chief has stood very firm. But again, one more challenge. In 2023, there was one of the elders, you know, Jema, we signed also a community bylaw. Yeah, I've been jumping about this. The community bylaw was signed in 2022. That anybody from Jema, we signed 17 reasons why we don't want it there. So we signed that bylaw that apart from the main law, nobody can release their land for mining in Jema. Then in 2023, one of the elders, well, now he went for the bribe. Now we have yes, we signed the law, but we can go. So now the youth, you can start the mining, but go to the forest. Don't come close to where we are farming. Then unfortunately for him, you know, I have a lot of people who support me. One of the youth recorded his voice. So when they recorded the voice, they brought it to me. I transcribed everything and I sent it to the police. I said, take him to the police. That is a law, we call it inchoate crime. You are inciting people to commit a crime. So I read about it. So before then, I told the police. So then the police, they took him to court, and then we prosecuted him. Yeah. So then he resigned. So that is what, when there is resistance, we are using the law. We are using the customary laws, legal, customary, and then also the moral authority. As a priest, I also have that moral authority. So I'm using that. Then I also have done scientific research. So these are the 4 principles that are used by even those who resist.
Very, very inspiring. Very, very inspiring. I think communities can learn from that. And it's high time that the media should share your story. And I'm promising you, will be in your community to share your story with other communities so that we can also emulate that example. So, how can, with the kind of evidence that you have now, in fact, today you have too much. Already some are advocating that we go to the president, which is very, very instructive. How can different stakeholders work together to address Galamsey's effect on children?
Thank you very much. So I believe one of the things is information, sitting here looking at all the information we have. And one of the things that comes to mind, these people at these places, are they even privy to the health hazards? No, I believe in the business of making money or whatever. They are not even aware. So we need to get the information of the risk they expose themselves and their generations to. We really need to get that information down to them. And then the stakeholders, do they also have this deep information that we share today from all angles? I was happy with the veterinary and with the folks. I mean, we are clinicians, so sometimes we may think now we are looking at all these effects. So we really need to get this information down to them. If they really know the hazards and how the generations is going to affect, I believe it will make them sit up for the information to get to the people themselves. Because if they really have the knowledge, as Advocacy said, and are empowered, knowing that we are getting money now, but we are affecting so many generations. And I believe we can't get 100%, but some will really stand for it. So we need to really get to those people. I believe some of them, as I think Dr. Lee said, information should be simple but should be strong. And in their language, go to the information services in the communities and any platform that we can use to get to them. And then for the leaders too, are they privy to all this? In the stakeholders, if even a 2-hour presentation to let them know of this, they are really aware. Really, we can get some on board. I really believe so because I'm sure some of them are not really prepared. And we are causing a lot of generational harm. We will leave and it's going to affect. So I believe that the education should really sink down to people. And if they have the knowledge, I believe we get more advocacy to join us in the fight. Thank you.
So over to you, PSG. I think now we have the information, we have the tools. How do we go forward, going forward? I know you have started something with the other society, and I'm so happy, Professor Emil and the others, you've done quite a lot of work in putting this on the map, but we can do more. I am thinking we have flyers, and design flyers with the information simplified in a language that the people really can assimilate. So Professor Sampini's presentation has a lot of things that we can work with. So if the flyer bears the name of PSG and is carrying information, these days it's easy to share flyers. So we can share them around, give some to the media, and let them pass them around so that people will see in pictures the brain of somebody who is affected by heavy metals and is coming from Galamsey. I think that will strike a chord that people can identify. We'll be wrapping up soon, but I want you to look at the cameras here. I know the government is listening to you. What message do you have for leaders of this country, based on what you've heard today, what you want them to do about Galamsey?
Thank you. So to everyone listening or to everyone watching, today has been a day of knowledge downpour. We have been opened up to the realities of today. That those petty mining or those petty metals we throw into our soils, they get seep into our water bodies, then they enter our homes. We are poisoning our children and we are poisoning the future of Ghana. If we want to see a better Ghana with development, then let us put a stop to this menace. Let us put a stop to illegal mining. Every government comes and then says, we are going to try and stop it. But then we see it worsening and worsening. The evidence is before us. We are killing Ghana gradually. And to the health professionals, to the pediatricians, let us not be scared. Let us not fear challenging powerful financial interests. Let us go out boldly. Because if you take a step, and if I take a step, it will reach somewhere. And let us lastly share the information we have heard. Go out there and then tell the people that illegal mining is no longer for fun or for money. It is killing us. So we must arise boldly and then impart knowledge onto our people. Because the main cause is that they do not know the harm of what they are doing. Others just overlook it. But if we present the evidence and then the dangers as they are on air, I believe Ghanaians will rise to support us. And our leaders, let us take a stand. We have had enough. Thank you.
In fact, I owe her lunch. I love the passion. And if a child will identify this and tell you, and in fact, she speaks the truth, that many of us are so afraid that we dare not even mention Galamsey. I have gone to, I'll mention the name of the hospital, the doctor, but he told me, Erasmus, as for the cases, I'm seeing them. But if I say I will talk to you about them, I'm lying. I will never do that. The next moment, I'll be transferred. So now we have an association. Let's come behind the umbrella of the association and talk. And all of us, we should not be hiding our heads. All of us should stand behind the association boldly and say that, yes, we support what this person is saying, and this is the standard we are taking. And I think it's high time that we start speaking for ourselves. No, there are people that doubting Thomases. Even as they are seeing this, they still don't believe it. Some even are ascribing spiritual meaning. I've been to communities where they drink the polluted water because they believe that if you don't drink the polluted water, the deity of the river you are polluting will not give you good. So they drink it. How do we quell such superstition and make people believe in the facts that we are presenting?
Thank you so much. So I believe it's really true. As I mentioned already, there are people who know but are still not ready to accept. I still believe it's time. We continue to make the noise until it's, and we've made noise before and hits before. We will continue to talk, continue to flood with the information and continue to appeal. I think one of the presenters, people are more passionate when it comes to children. Because we speak, we are the voices for children. If we are talking, we are showing these pictures we are seeing of damage is causing to children, and I think more people will be passionate. Because I don't believe some of them have seen those scary pictures that we saw. Continue to appeal to them. I believe in consistency and persistence. We don't have to, it's not one day noise and we stop. If every year we have declared 1 month we are going to make noise, I think after a while they get tired. Like in the Bible, that he persisted until they listen. We will continue to persist. And I believe in pediatric society because we have persisted before lots of things have happened. Look at sickle cell. We fought hydroxyurea is not on insurance. It's because of noise that we made. Jaundice. So much newborn health has improved. But we penetrated to areas that nobody will go. It's only pediatrician we go to market and even do education. And as you said, it's enlightening to market women, seeing us talking about this. And I believe we will persist. We are with education, we don't give up. We won't give up.
And I want you to add this. You are speaking to your colleague doctors. The consulting room is another avenue for you. You have so much audience. The outpatients department, the audiences are there. How do we approach that? How do we use that platform to further do the education?
Thank you so much. So I think now one of the things is audiovisuals for health education. Instead of talking, giving a long lecture, we will have very nice videos with these pictures in our local language. And I would say we even do that now. You go to antenatal and you have a pregnancy school. We gather women, we have videos in different language that we show them. Even before you deliver, you want to see it out. You want to see the experience you're going to have. We do it, so I believe it's very possible. But the visuals with these pictures in their language, we are talking, we continue to show this is the better health education instead of all these account things, which I believe is not helpful. I always tell my nurses, I prefer this health, continue to play. And it's really sad when we were young, there were so many health education on TV. Because I still can remember some of these, wash your hands, it's in English, and they used to play. But sometimes you even sing it. You can't really sing it to you. But all these are out, and it's really sad. And I believe it's the persistence of those visuals and that help improve health. So I believe persistence and then continue to use the consulting room as patients are waiting. We are showing this is going to help. Because unfortunately for us in the rural, most of them are not educated. So if he's listening in his language, I think it makes a difference. Thank you.
Now, Father, sum it all up for me before we go. We have the evidence. Now it's not in doubt. And we know that Planetary requires action beyond environmental control. What other ways, aside waiting on government to act, can we employ going forward to end it, or at least mitigate its effects?
Thank you very much. I always say that it is doable if we want to do it. And those of us who lived in the two Rollins era, before Rollins came, especially those from the cocoa growing area, smuggling was the order of the day. So did you do a little smuggling? You were young, yeah, or we used to carry cocoa. It's like without smuggling, you won't survive. And Rollins came, in just a year or two, everything was over. People started bringing their cocoa to the CMD. If you want to do it, we can do it. Now, our government have shown that they don't want to do it. And if you don't want to do it, now it is the civil power. When the politicians refuse to use the power that we have given them rightly, we gave them the power. So we can take that power and then use it to let them do what is right. What do I mean by that? Last time we were very disappointed. I mean, those of us in the CSO, the Catholic Church, and then the other organizations, when everything was done with the Ghana coalition, what was the democratic listen, everything was done and prepared that, look, we have to take this action. Then before we realized, oh, they have called the executives of the TUC, or the Ghana Medical has withdrawn. And if we just give ultimatum, and then the ultimatum is coming, and we know Ghana, you call the leaders, then they come back. Yeah. So once they are,
I think now they have repented.
yeah. So otherwise, government has come to learn that in Ghana, we just back like backing dogs. And when a dog is barking, all you need is just to give it a fleshy bone. And when you give it a fleshy bone, it stops. So now is the time for me. Let's give the government another ultimatum. Yes. When we met last time, I was there. We wanted to ask the government, can you give us a timeline? How long are you going to let this 9 months? Give to 9 months. In 9 months, within 6 months, within 1 year, we want you to clear our rivers. So otherwise, we create another structure. And when it becomes structuralized, systemic, becomes also porous for corruption and other things. So I would prefer, or I will ask you, together with the other associations, either the pediatric, the Ghana Medical, the academic organizations, come together again. Let's see the government. You said something. We are not seeing the effect. Now we are giving you another ultimatum. The only language that government listens is industrial action. So if we have to use that, why not? I mean, please, we don't have industrial action. I will pray for you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And Brianna, I think you have a poem on something for us. So we'll close with that one.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Okay, let's hear Brianna.
Okay, so I have a short piece to read so that it energizes us and then it encourages us to go out there and step up. They say children are the future, but the future is breathing polluted air today. The future is drinking contaminated water today. Small hands drink from poisoned rivers. Small lungs inhale dust they did not even pollute. Small hearts carry burdens too heavy for their years. Their laughter should echo in classrooms, not fade in hospital corridors. Their feet should run on playgrounds, not stumble through contaminated soil. A child's body is still becoming. Every breath, every sip, every meal is building tomorrow. And when we neglect their environment, we rewrite their future in pain. Child health is not charity. It is justice. It is equity. It is survival. Because when a child suffers silently, a nation loses loudly. So let us protect the air they breathe, the water they drink, the soil they play on. For in saving children, we are saving the story of tomorrow. Thank you.
I think we go Thank you so much. And I say thank you, Dr. Jacqueline Jacqueline, pediatrician, Father Joseph Pamibli, thank you so much. And Brianna Abibia Owusuado, we are grateful. My name is Erasmus Asaridongo. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
It's been great to be wonderful. You need to respect our term because you need to have the youth involved, making sure we speak to their teachers. I know some of them are here. We need to begin to form you into clubs and then hear you because the future belongs to you. So the leadership will come up with strategies. I know our president is here. Pediatricians, we don't like going on strike because our children will suffer. But we need to have diplomatic ways and of getting what we want. And again, we are very non-political. And so I like the fact that we can go out, we are speaking for the next generation, and we should never stop. Nothing should deter us. But we have steps following this is just the beginning. This is just the beginning, and it is not over until it's over. We will make sure we keep fighting and putting our strength together. I know we have Leaf online, and so give her final words. She's an international advocate. She was working with us, supporting us since we last met there. So please, if you are online and you can hear me, you can take over the floor. Yes.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, you are very audible.
Well, I just watched that extraordinary panel. Oh my goodness. What a group of powerhouse advocates you have. And I just have to give a shout out. I need to know the name of that young student who spoke. Child health advocacy does not get more powerful than that anywhere in the world. So you have all the ingredients for success that you need. I just want to leave you with really a question. How can the global health community help you? It seems to be that Ghana is ahead of the pack when it comes to a movement, building a movement to end galamsey, illegal gold mining, which happens in many countries, as you know. So all eyes are on you. I think you're going to do it. But how can the global health community help you? By the global health community, I mean all the UN agencies, all the big funders, the NGOs. It's a big community, the global health community. Your ministers come to many international fora every year, the World Health Assembly, the mining minister comes to another group. There's many, many places where your politicians come. How can we support you to show up and be there with the child health message? I think it's just the beginning of global health collaboration, but please don't hesitate to reach out and ask us for the support you need to keep the pressure on your decision makers. Thank you so much, Professor Annamil, for being in the front row of that group and Bangkok and reaching out to build a bridge between what you're building in Ghana and global health. I hope we can continue to work really closely together this year and achieve the end of this horrific practice. Thank you for inviting me to be part of this amazing gathering. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a good time to join us. We will keep coming to you. We will listen to your advice. And again, we won't let the power down here. We will do all that we can, the pressure, to make sure we get what we want. Because Professor says something online. If Professor something is online, you can take this final word and then. So, Professor, please go ahead. Give us your final remarks. We are almost rounding up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, colleagues, and thank you very much. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you can hear you.
Yes, initially I was taken offline. I don't know why the host did that. So I have to report him to Dr. Sarah. Okay, so what I would like to say is that I'm also very grateful for the opportunity to share with you guys what I've been able to do so far, and I'm still doing it. And what I would say is that as doctors, we are not political. Whatever we do, is for humanity. And so we should go ahead and continue to do that. And by so doing, I always tell my colleague doctors that our profession is not only bread and butter issue. Our profession must contribute to so many things, especially, healthcare. Sometimes I look at some of my colleagues and I say that, wow, you can't sit in a consulting room for 5 years, 6 years, and you can't tell me that I don't have a data of common malaria or pneumonia, and that you only sit in the consulting room for somebody to come and tell these are the drugs that are used for so and so condition. Sometimes we can have peculiar cases that is very unique to our environment, and that we have to take note of that. So I will ask my colleagues, let us be active, and then bring our voices together so that we can make a way in respect of whatever is happening. We are moving on, we are soldiering on. We want to make sure that personally, I want to make sure that I'm very fearless. I don't care whoever says whatever he wants to do. As far as my life is concerned, after all, I've taken that profession. So once it is that we all agree, let's contribute. Those of you who have information at your consulting rooms, labor wars, and all those things. These placentas, sometimes I have to buy them. You'll be surprised that you talk to doctors, my colleagues, they will tell their doctor, you know what, you have to grease their palm. I have to buy placenta. I have to buy all these things from our colleague doctors. Instead of saying that, look, we are using this placenta that we incinerate, we are going to burn, give it to him, let us see exactly what is going to happen. They just close their eyes over it. I'm very glad that now GMA and the Pediatric Society of Ghana has also come in. Initially, when it started, everybody kept quiet, and they thought that it was my business and my business only. But now I'm happy that everybody is buying into the idea. Most grateful for the opportunity, and I'm looking forward to working with you guys anytime soon. Bye.
Thank you. Yeah, UNICEF who wants to say something. Maybe give us some promises. UNICEF, I don't know you from Ghana.
This will be wonderful, no. Thanks for something for the great work. Two things. We are in a country where, especially in our teaching hospitals, we do not have certain facilities, but through advocacy and showing that we have a need. Now there are tests and things we can do in Canada. That 10 years ago we couldn't. So we all agree that this is a threat, and we've seen the evidence. Look, if you suspect that somebody has been caused, regular labs cannot do it. You have to refer the mother or the father, and it's expensive, and just that they will not go. And we, as part of driving the agenda and moving the notch up beyond just the discussions, ask for tools for surveillance, at least in major teaching hospitals, or at least in the zones of the country. So that if a pediatrician is there and you take a history, he's coming from a mining area, you are seeing the symptoms, you do your urinary, you see the proteinuria, you see GFRB reduced, and with all this, you are strongly suspect that he will be compromised. If you move on to say good test your leg, and then then you see it, then you move on. But we don't have it. So this is an appeal to PSG, to the big medical community in this country, that let's move it forward. Let's ask for basic surveillance tools. In the US, in many years ago, there was no testing for blood, but now it is mandatory as part of your weighing or your child and child welfare. You are screened for lead. It is part of the routine. If we do BCG, we do polio, we do iron supplemented. If it is part of our national health public health policy, and we should need to have a discussion that can we testing of these elementals in our facilities. And I think we begin this discussion in just 2 3 4 years. Government will self-mobilize, yes, and then the international partners, as the mentioned what they need, what can the global community, but I think the global community cannot help if the national leaders have not pinpointed the direction in which we need to be having. So I would please plead that let us begin to work around this. I know there's some support, from Bloomberg coming to the country to look at health supplements, but I think begin to talk, government can also mobilize. And we can set aside on the royalties we are getting, Melbourne and other places, and we can set aside some funds to create surveillance systems so that at least our children and their clients, you have the testing of these things. We move into what antidotes are. Again, we are working with Ministry of Health to update the standard treatment guidelines, which will come out soon. So now we put in lead, mercury, cadmium, arsenic, poison, how to look for it, diagnosis and all this coming out. But then if you do, what are the relating agents? Are they in the country? How do you manage it? So I think we should move on. And the last one I'll say, and I think I said that PSG, the GMA gives a very good known, and yet, if people are scared, we cannot hide behind this because it's almost good that it's almost, it's a unison or so that we catalog what we are finding in the consulting. We catalog it, ship to PSG. Maybe you can publish it and we can have discussions, with UNICEF and other, partners, how we can also support to show the evidence and also reduce the impact of the business. So that we make some inroads. Otherwise, it will just be a broken report. We talk about it so that last issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But you know, people also nice to see it, but probably to be given a little of it. I'm told you had a question.
So just to welcome Ambassador Carlos Boache, Executive Director of African Youth Forum International, who's coming to just join us for today. We know that your organization is quite committed to youth advocacy and climate change. And so maybe if you have a question or just like 1 or 2 comments just to brief us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. James, yes, thank you for inviting me here. Yes, it's very important as we have a very interesting dialogue about the health system in the country and the current health issues that we face. As a young leader, there was a time I had a privilege to sit down in the AU high level dialogue and I was briefed with the current health crisis that we're facing, especially the inadequate equipment that health sectors have, and even the inadequate doctors to be being supplied by various facilities. So my question is basically a form of encouragement, in a form of commitment, and a message to our leaders that it's not just a matter of just only having dialogue and seeing the problem, but what are we doing as a nation, as a health expert, to make sure that we address for the next generation we hold you accountable. And I mean, so because of that, we as African Youth Forum International, this year, we are partnered with the Office of the President and the Ministry of Youth Development to host a high-level youth dialogue where we sit down with ministers, our member states, to have a serious dialogue. And we are very happy to invite the AU Commissioner for Health, Humanitarian Affairs and Social Development to be part of this conversation. So in summary, I'd like to invite everybody in August to be with us at the Accra International Conference Center to actually sit down and let's have these conversations of the next generation and our leaders in the solution. Thank you.
Let's hear from Dr. India finally, and then we'll hand over to our president who has accepted the invitation to be there in August.
For the president, Madam President. Chair, and then the leadership have been really encouraged and motivated going forward for it. But I guess in terms of emphasizing additional steps that we need to take from here, for example, we start with I think part of what we need to look at is again being discussed, and that is what kind of evidence that we can put into decision makers policy statements for ESG, and also pictures that we can use to present the evidence. I also identify the gap of clinical, the pediatric cases that we see. Where are we? Okay, we are talking, we've heard about the death, we've heard about newborns dying, we've heard about pregnant women. So the death, the dead, they have spoken to us, they have told us what is wrong. But they keep walking around right now with high levels of lead, high level of cadmium, mercury, arsenide. What do we know? What is happening to them? We don't know clinically, we don't know anything about what is happening. If we know what is happening, we can institute interventions from now. Not to wait till the end of the story before we start intervening and showing the evidence. I'm giving an example. The last few years in Sokoto, Zamfara, in Nigeria, they've been having outbreaks of ascites and other diseases. These were not described as part of heavy metal poison per se, but WHO's investigation soon it will come up. We found out that it is not only heavy metals do not only work alone. So we work with other environmental factors. Insecticides, they work with social determinants of health, malnutrition, and they work with other factors. So if we are searching and we choose to search alone heavy metals, it's up to us to start looking for the evidence. And if you can't find the evidence, we might as well, we will be failing, not as well, we will be failing the current children walking around with heavy metal, high levels of heavy metal, not to the extent of poisoning. And even management, how do we manage them? We know how to go about it. Asthma, how do we manage asthma? How do we manage mercury? Are we sure if we find one, are we sure how to manage them? And that's a very important question that we don't have answers to. And this is the time for us to start asking those questions. I've spoken to UNICEF, Mr. Emmanuel about this, and then we are looking at potentially what we can do to help. We can start, Tony, Sarah, we already have a proposal. I think we need to look into pushing it a bit further. We have some numbers that we can reach out to, so we are going to go forward and start doing that. We potentially have to doing cohort studies to look out for what is happening. Areas where we think they are doing heavy mining, we think there are heavy metals around. And then areas that are spared of heavy metal, compare these populations and see what is happening. Again, in terms of surveillance, we can follow this cohort of patients and describe actually what is happening in their situation. We know a lot about malaria, know some about sepsis, but in terms of heavy metal, clinical presentation, how to manage them clinically, what to give to reduce the level, we don't have it, we don't know. And it's up to us to do. So I am advocating strongly that we do that.
Thank you very much. Madam President, understand your voice. She knows about it.
This person, I'm here. All right. Okay. So good evening, everyone. And thank you very much for a wonderful program. I know a lot has gone on in the background before today, and so I'm not surprised to see that it's been a great program. So if I will, okay, let me just summarize what I have. I have a lot to say. Well, I'm just surprised. Okay, so I don't know, many of us have probably traveled out of Ghana, isn't it? And seen the world, seen America, seen the UK, seen South Africa, some of these countries. And
once you have such exposure, you begin to ask yourself questions. And you ask yourself why you're seeing what you're seeing where you are in your own country. And sitting there, I was asking myself, so 50 years from now, what will Ghana look like? 100 years from now, what will Ghana look like? If this calamity continues as it is, will we have human beings here? Will we have water to drink? What will happen? And really, I mean, if you have success, it rises and falls on the leader. If you have failure, you know who to look for. Definitely, it will be a group contributing to whatever it is, but leadership is core. And so I think that we are here because there has been failed leadership over the years, and we have all sat and watched and not been able to do much. And that is why we are here. So I think that we need to try and hold our leaders accountable at all levels. For many of us, the main way that we'll be able to do that is through the ballot box every 4 years. But before that, we need to also register our displeasure with the status quo. And if it appears as if the government or the country is benefiting from the mess that we see, then that's also a problem. But again, if we have more numbers, if we have more people registering their displeasure on social media everywhere, then we begin to sit up and think that, even though we are doing very well, after a while, we may not have the favor of the people anymore. And so they will begin to think. And that's where I think the adolescents and the youth come in a lot. With the free SHS, we saw that there were, votes, happy votes for those who brought it in. So in the same way, if they are unhappy, then they are likely to vote a certain way. And that's where we come in, the education and the empowerment for people to know what is right and what is wrong, what is working and what doesn't work, and where we are going to be in 50 years and all that, so that it will influence the voting patterns. And then the politicians will begin to set up, because politicians think votes, no matter how much they like you or love you, they think in terms of numbers, in terms of votes, because everybody loves power. And power gives people the opportunity to enjoy the kind of life that they want, even if they came in wanting to make a change. So we have a lot of work to do in that direction. We'll definitely have to continue to work with our key stakeholders. It's like the father, they explain, it's not easy, but it's doable. He's been able to do it. So I'm glad that his story will be shared for others to learn. So if you are a chief and within your community, say is going on full glare, you have failed. No matter who you are, you have failed, because leadership is force. And when it starts, we are all within the community. We see it, we hear it, we smell it. We have the ears within the community, and we still sit and watch it happen. Let me just leave that one. Okay. Then the other thing is the consequences. So I don't know how we can push for rewards and punitive measures to work, but that may be another thing. Because if you want to influence behavior, some people know, like has been said, but they will not stop because they can do what they want to do. So we need to try and see how we can also push for the laws to work and for the punitive measures to be applied when people do wrong. So that then it doesn't matter whether you are a friend to that person in authority or that person in power. Once you are doing wrong, you get the punishment, and over time, it will lead to behavior change, and we will begin to see the behavior that we want if bad behavior is punished. So on that note, I would like to say thank you very much to all of you. The work is big, but we are not afraid, because we are looking at Ghana 50 years from now, 100 years from now, and hoping that everybody else will begin to see and think in that way. And that is the only way that we can see the Ghana that we want. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lastly, I want to call Evans and Richard, please stand for a moment to also appreciate your efforts in making we like to see it. It's going to be a great way, and we're going to do an assistant in one. And myself, someone, we are very busy.
They are very busy clinicians, and so these two really spend a lot of the background work, and we are very grateful for the we are very interested in the job, just the beginning, we need to keep working, because we don't want to be another February 2027 because we will need to really do good. So we are grateful for your commitment, for your time, and I know at the right time we'll be able to appreciate what you've done for us. Thank you.
We're so grateful. Are you going to project the last?
Picture.
Yeah, if you're able to put it up. So I'm a lover of children's literature. And so this one I want to share from you, just the image from Meshach Aksari's The Brass Man's Secrets. Actually, that's not the full title of the book. It actually has to do with gold. And what it shows is two opal pots. We'll see it here. And really what it teaches us is that you can't know what's in someone's head, right? Just like you can't see inside the opal pot, right? And so I think that this is where when we talk about transparency, also, of course, there's so many symbols that we can look at here when we think, so this is it. So at the third door, he found two opal pots. He had to think for a while, but soon he remembered. The opal pot, well, one does not see what is inside the opal pot. In the same way, one cannot know what someone else thinks inside his head. And so, again, I mean, Ghana has everything Ghana needs, right? Ghana just needs to love Ghana. And I think that we can just, I think when I first came to Ghana, all of the different, what was it called again? Not parables. You know what I'm saying? So everything about Ghana has taught me so much. And so I think that this is just, we need to keep on remembering that the wisdom is there and that we need to promote transparency, right? Collaboration, and we will get there, right? We will get there. Thank you very much, and I can't wait to see you all tomorrow. Thank you.
We started by praying, so we probably like to prayer. And I see the spirit is improved. He said, that's why we need to pray that, so that it can be complete. Oh, I'm told Father.
Oh, that's actually.
That was the final dedication.
Okay, so when it's time, we pray in on the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Merciful Father, we thank you that you created the universe and you entrusted it to human beings to be stewards. We want to be good stewards, even as professionals. We thank you for the day's deliberation. We thank you for those who have worked behind the scene to make it a success. We thank you for all those who have shared their profound knowledge. We pray that, Lord, what you have sown in us, pour your Holy Spirit to water upon it, so that it will yield fruits 60-fold, 80-fold, and 100-fold. We make our prayer through Christ our Lord. Amen. The Lord be with you, and the Almighty God bless you all, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Thank you.